Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Monday stream, the one planned stream of the week. And if you don't get that and why I'm not doing Animal Crossing today and stuff, view yesterday's community tab post. But anyways, I'm here with my unsponsored refreshing tea and a good buddy of mine. You ready to introduce yourself, dude?
Absolutely. Of course, I'm G from G to the next level, and here to talk all things retro and all kinds of cool stuff with you, James.
Yeah.
Appreciate you having me on, man. You've actually been a big help for me in these last couple of weeks with your streams and whatnot. So
Oh,
I'm thrilled
thank
to be
you.
on here.
And of course, I see Stone in the chat, Jude, Usagi, Liam, everyone. And dude, you've really helped me out a ton as well, especially just because I know I complain a lot. It's funny, like, my dream job as a teenager was becoming a YouTuber, and now that I'm actually doing it for a living, I feel like I bitch a lot about it. Like, I really...
Dude, every YouTuber bitches about being a YouTuber,
Yeah,
myself included. Trust
like
me. We
it's
love it, but at the same time, it's the bane of our existence.
yeah. And also, we have kind of a bodged up audio setup right now, so if there's any issues for y'all, please let us know.
Yeah,
And
OBS was not cooperating with us.
No, OBS on Mac is jank as hell. I'll try my PC next time, but for now, or PC partition, but for now, I hope it sounds good. If there's any issues, let us know, and remember to share out the stream.
Yes,
You,
please do.
you
Twitter, Facebook, wherever you're based,
MySpace.
go everywhere. MySpace, LiveJournal, Tumblr, and anywhere else. Google Plus is not a thing.
Sorry, I just got someone just added at me. You should do Let's Plays on your channel.
Oh, one on my channel or
No,
yours?
on mine. I mean,
Oh,
I just said maybe on the second channel. Like, I don't know. Like, those aren't let's plays aren't like my big thing, you know.
same here. Same here. Like I'm doing a live stream later this week. I'm
Streets of Rage
returning to
4.
live streaming. Yeah, Streets of Rage 4 on Thursday. I've been waiting for this for so long. But yeah, I'll do the occasional live stream. I don't really do Let's Plays either. I get people who ask me to do Let's Plays too, but I don't know, man. It's just I much prefer to do kind of more static, pre-made content and do the
Yeah,
occasional live stream than to start getting into the habit of Let's Playing. I get it. You get more content, more easy content that way, but
right.
rather than make content, I'd rather create, what's the word? Like I'd
More
rather
edited
do more
content.
creations. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's like, but Danny is his main thing. Yeah. Speaking of which, got Danny right here. Favorite co-host. Always love him. Can you
I get
believe
it.
I bought this thing for $15 just for a throwaway gag for a Pokemon video last year?
That's $15 very well spent.
Yeah, I gotta say, I can't complain. Also, because we have Sonic apparently happening, I do have something to play in the background if people want. People always ask me about uh the Master System. Oh, I thought he was bigger. No, he's a 2 foot tall DeVito.
I figured because you normally put him in the chair whenever you step away. It's like, he can't be that big.
Yeah,
So now we need to find you a life-size DeVito.
not even on the chair. He stands on my desk.
Oh.
That's a secret. So can I add in a window capture? Excellent. And let's just.
Now, you were saying something about Master System?
Oh yeah, you know how I always have the Master System in the window down here.
Mhm.
I'm like, just in case we need something in the background for whatever reason.
Okay.
I have Sonic 1 8-bit.
There you go. And the 8-bit Sonic games are except for Blast, 8-bit Sonic games are so underrated.
They are. I agree.
Very much.
They
Especially 2. 2 is wonderful.
People need to understand when I say I hate Sonic 2 8-bit, I'm talking about the Game Gear version.
Yeah, the Game Gear version's not great. The Master System version's fantastic.
It's no good.
No, that's no good indeed.
You know what? You can kind of see the top of the OpenEMU thing there. I don't know how I feel about that. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. Here, we will get this working.
I don't think people are really gonna care about that.
Yeah. You know what? If they have issues with it, they no. I see Elliot in the chat. How you doing, love? A werewolves, not swearwolves cross stitch. I am actually very down for that. You ever see What We Do in the Shadows?
I have not.
Oh, it is spectacular.
I heard it's good. I really should make good use out of YouTube TV that we're subscribed to, and all I watch is wrestling. So I probably should make some use out of that and watch that show.
It's good. Oh, not the show. We're talking about like the original movie it's based off of.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I hadn't seen that either.
There we go. That's good. But for now, we can just put that back on the base Master System. So yeah, the Master System versions are basically. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the Master System versions predate the Game Gear versions, don't they?
I'm not sure about that, but I can tell you with that, and yeah, they're essentially the same game, but the problem is that there's less. I mean, there's still a degree of blind jumps in all the Master System Sonic games, but it happens less often in the Master System version, so it does make them infinitely more playable just because of that.
No, I feel on that. Also, before we go on, I need to go through my daily Elder Scrolls Online pet giveaway code.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
See,
today's code.
I'm never on your streams at the very beginning, so I didn't know that that was a routine for you.
Yeah, today's code is J6 JX6TV VTJYC 674H6 MQ7YC P3QDZ. So there we go. There's the code. Enjoy. So this is a routine at all my streams. What happened was, so you know how I talk about my friends who run EGM in Victoria, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So they, as a promotion, got given like hundreds of these Elder Scrolls codes a while back. But the issue is that Elder Scrolls Online just it didn't get as big as they expected, right?
No, it didn't.
So
it just kind of popcorn farted. It came out and then people were like, oh, that's nice, and then it just kind of.
So after the last time I went by there, which was a couple months ago at this point, weird to think about that because of COVID.
Right.
They were just like, hey, we have like 100 of these left. You want them? Please, just take them. Give them away. Just we don't want them. Get rid of them. So I've been trying to get rid of them, and that's the one thing I don't like about streaming less is it's going to take me longer to get rid of them now because I forgot I even had them until I was sorting through stuff a few weeks back, and I was like, oh yeah, I forgot I had those. I'm like, maybe I should just recycle them. I was like, nah, I can give those away.
Well, you could always give them away on Twitter and stuff too.
Yeah, what do y'all think? Here, this is a poll. Let's do a straw poll. You ready? Should I give away an Elder Scrolls code once a day on Twitter until I'm out? Give away an Elder Scrolls Online code thing on Twitter every day until I run out. It wants a minimum of 3 answers, so the answers can be yes, no, or
What's Elder Scrolls?
yeah.
Or something like that. Oh, why do I always release this
I'd rather take an arrow to the knee.
Yeah. Plus, according to you, Witcher. That's a different game altogether.
Yeah. But anyways, here's the code. Hi, Mom. My mom in the chat.
Hello.
Hello. So, yeah, I figured we're going to do this somewhat structured. But yeah, vote there. Help me get rid of this cardboard. Make me feel like I'm doing giving at least something away in these trying times. Maybe I should give people some nice eggs in these trying times.
I think they appreciate the eggs, especially since you got Danny there.
Yeah, especially, such a good man.
How's it going, Jude?
Yeah, how you doing, Jude? Alright, so let's get started. Let's talk about retro stuff. And let's start off on a serious topic. So, I've mentioned this before, but I'm actually, for the first time, and probably forever, thanks to the quarantine, I'm actually feeling really happy about the size of my collection. Like, Trying Times game name? Maybe Atlantic Media Management. But, and that's not, I've said this a few times in, the past year, but, I'm not, why did Nightbot time that out? Come on, Nightbot. Yeah.
Nightbot drunk again. Yikes.
Yeah, my apologies, Atlantic. But, so I've mentioned I've been, collecting a lot less for a while now, but for the first time in a while, I'm really not feeling compelled to buy pretty much anything except for, a Polymega or, once COVID's over, if I went to a flea market and found games for $1 each, sure, I'd do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, what are your thoughts on, getting to a point where you actually feel content with your collection? And don't...
that's the... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, feel content with it and kind of feel like you have everything you really want and that you don't really feel compelled to buy much else. But you're not getting out of it. You're just enjoying what you have.
Yeah, exactly. It's... And Jenny and I were just talking about this today and I made a really long, ranting post on Facebook about this last week.
Right.
That I'm kind of getting to that same point as well, but I'm also in another different boat too, that every now and then I'll find these deals that I want to go hunt out and go try to go find. But the problem is that, and this goes for retro as well as stuff that's current and around too. Case in point, the Animal Crossing Switch. It's
Yes.
just that it's so hard to now get deals without having to fight through either people that are hoarding them or scalping them or and it's just now having to go and drive around because I don't live close. I mean,
Right.
I live around Houston, but I don't actually live in Houston.
Right, you're out in
And you know
Sugarland.
where I live. I'm far out
Yeah,
there.
you're like in.
So it's like,
To be fair,
you
it's
know,
all Houston to me.
it pretty much is. It pretty much is all Houston. But it's just, I don't know, man. The kind of the thrill, like, I'll still love going to swap meets. I'll still love going to conventions, mainly just
Right.
because I love seeing people and that sort of thing. But, you know, going to flea markets and stuff like that, I just don't really have that much of a desire for it anymore because as you've kind of come to that conclusion, I think aside from Sega, because Sega is my number one, it's my core, it's my heart.
Right.
Aside from Jenny, uh, and aside from Sonic,
Right.
pretty much everything else out there, I think I'm pretty good with what I have. I mean, I'd like to complete my Saturn collection. I'm actually not too terribly far away. See, the funny thing is, I'd like to complete my Saturn and Sega CD collections.
Right.
The funny thing is that on the Saturn version, on the Saturn side, most of the games I'm missing are like the cheap random stuff.
Yeah.
So like sports games on the Saturn, and every now and then like there's a couple of heavy hitters that I'm missing, like Mega Man 8
Yeah.
and
Oh god.
Batman Forever the arcade game. But it's like Sega CD, on the other hand, all the stuff that I'm missing are like the big heavy hitters, like Radical Rex and Fatal Fury Special. So either way, I just kind of feel screwed because I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm priced out pretty much on the Sega CD and Saturn because that's one thing I've noticed between Sega fans and whatnot. We don't part with our stuff.
Right.
Literally every retro store and person that I talk to now, people don't really, aside from maybe Genesis, people don't really trade in Sega stuff.
Yeah.
We hang on to our things.
Drink a beer and play the game and play a game in the chat actually has a really good point. I don't even
It's
want to
true.
go into a Walmart, though it's killing me not to snag a cheap arcade one up. You see, that's
Don't
just
do
an
it, Jim.
American deal. They're still $300 in Canada.
Don't do it, Jim. It's not worth it.
Yeah,
Trust me, it's not worth it.
yeah. Well, my thing as well is it's weird because like COVID has messed with my mind so much to the point where like I'm not, even though I'd say I was a rather introverted person before, I realized, I really do like being around people, I like the energy of being around people. But like since COVID's happened, I've just felt like anxiety about even going to the grocery store, right?
Yep.
To the
Me
point
too.
where I've actually been doing all my grocery shopping the past month actually at a little corner store near me. It's actually a pretty cool little place. It's run by a family who came from Taiwan a few decades back, and I can get stuff like Japanese gummies and Asian pears and comics of for some reason.
So that's good too because you're also helping a local business.
Yeah, and like they don't have like the selection of say like Thrifty Foods, which is basically BC's HEB, right?
Yeah.
But Thrifty's like there's always a line out the door around the building. Compared to
Yeah.
like the corner store, because it's a corner store, there might be like two other people in line to get in, and that's it.
Yep. Jude says that his family tries to only go out once a week, but one time there were like 100 people in the store. Yeah, that's basically what it's like around here too. I might go to Kroger right down the road, and sometimes it's completely dead, and then other times there's a line outside the door. Like I don't get it.
It's so weird to see parts of the states opening up because up here, like for example, the reason why there's such a line to grocery stores, I think they limit it to only 20 shoppers inside at a time.
Yeah, see,
This is like a
that's
big store.
yeah, and that's what I'm hoping that people, if we do have to reopen, I'm not going to talk too long about this, but it's like,
Yeah.
but if we have to reopen, I at least hope that businesses are going to be smart about it. That's really the only thing. Like where I
Yeah.
work, we're basically they are going to have the office back open, but it's still going to be on a voluntary basis. If you're not comfortable with going back to work, then they're not going to force you. You can still work from home, and I've already opted into that because I'm not ready to go back yet. We're not ready.
My thing as well is so many jobs can be done. This is off topic already, but so many jobs can be done from home. I've realized, right?
Yeah, yeah,
But-
exactly. So we'll see. Hopefully people will take heed. Going back to the question though at hand, yeah,
Yeah.
it's like, have I lost that sort of passion? I think it's just because now I've realized. So I'm gonna take, from what Jim said.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take that into consideration. And Jenny normally, my wife Jenny, like she normally doesn't mind like whenever I go out and hunt for retro games and whatnot, because she knows at the end of the day, like I have my budget, I
Right.
know what I can do and what I can't do and whatnot. But actually, for the first time in forever, I mean, I'm just gonna be blunt with it. I upset her because I actually did go out to try to go on this wild goose chase to get these one-up cabinets. And
Right.
she's like, "Is it really worth it?" And I'm like, "No, it's not." That's why I was just saying, "Yeah, don't worry." Especially where Jim's at. Jim's in PA,
Oh, no
so yeah,
kidding.
he's in a real bad spot. So I
Yeah.
was like,
Oh,
"Yeah, no,
yeah. Please stay safe. Please, everyone stay safe. But like, especially if
yes,
you're like in PA or New York or God forbid New Orleans right now, right?
hmm yeah." So lesson learned on that. But I mean, like I said, I still love retro games, but I just think that now I'd rather spend that extra time either playing the retro games that I have.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if I need to get something new, like right now, I'm in the hunt for Batman Game Boy games. Yes, there you go.
Top
It's like
state.
I'm in the
Jeez.
hunt for that, but now I'm just kind of like, I'll just order them online because I don't want even with the I know it's like you want to support local, but it's like that's driving distance, that's time, that's stuff I
Yeah.
could be using to make videos. You know.
And
So top 10 state, yeah, Jim's right. They sure are.
and as I said, it's not just, and it is true. Like, even though the U.S. is definitely the worst off of this right now, it goes for anyone in the world right now. Stay safe. Like, I know in
Yes, please.
Canada, I'm not sure if you've heard about what happened in Quebec, where they literally had to send in the military to staff up senior care homes.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Ugh. Yeah, that's no good.
Yeah, because well, I mean, there's issues as well. Because the one thing, I'm not going to go too far into politics tonight, even though that is fun sometimes. But
I'm having a
uh,
lot more often lately,
yeah,
myself included. I don't talk about politics ever.
what happened? What the issue is up here is in most of Canada, we have a really good like uh universal single payer healthcare system,
Hmm.
but it doesn't apply to senior care.
Oh, fun.
So
Hey, Red Zero.
hey, Rad Zero went to Walmart and there were a ton of them. Would have been a score for $50. Yeah, I mean,
Oh, the TMNT ones aren't 50.
oh, they aren't 50.
Those are not 50. It's only certain ones that were the Midway arcade one, which is the biggest one I wanted.
Right.
I couldn't get one. Uh, Final Fight, Galaga, Pac-Man, and some people were saying that they found the Star Wars one for 50, and I'm super jealous of
I
that.
wish we were
But
getting that here.
that's
We're doing good,
it.
Rad Zero.
Brad. Yeah.
I actually the one thing I really like about going to London Drugs up here, which again it's basically Canadian Target. If
Mm.
Target sold vinyl, basically.
Oh yeah. Ours sells vinyls too.
Oh,
I was
cool.
hoping that maybe they might show up with the Sonic movie vinyl, but they didn't. That's okay. I already pre-ordered
But
it.
the last time, like that, their sales are crazy. Like that's the place where I bought like Metopia for $7, and Banner
uh, keep
Saga
rubbing that
for
in.
5. But they had a Final Fight Arcade 1-Up set up in there. I was like, oh, this is great, and I was like, oh, it's $300. No thanks.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mainly just want that one for Strider. That's
Oh,
that's the
Striders are
biggest reason
good.
why I want that one because I love Strider so much.
Oh, I legit just want it because Final Fight, right? Though my thing is, if I'm playing Final Fight, no offense to the arcade original, but I want to play the Sega CD version.
It's the best one.
It is. It has that great soundtrack. The
Yes.
original soundtrack sucks. I'm going to be honest.
I like the original. Well, the Super NES version of the original soundtrack is not good.
No.
But I will say that I like the arcade's actual soundtrack and the remix of the one that they did for Double Impact on 360 and PS3. That
Oh,
one was
that
very
was
good
good.
too.
And then
But
Final
then also
Fight
had
1
Magic
was
Sword.
good.
I was like, yeah,
But
Magic Sword.
like yeah, the CD version of that soundtrack's amazing. It's incredible.
I
It's
have
good
I
stuff.
have it. Great game.
I
Great rendition of it.
I think that's the thing as well though because all right, I'm not if I know you've been following the channel for a while, but like if you go back to like my stuff from 2017, I was very I have to have everything physical, right?
Hmm.
And then I think between like getting Animal Crossing digitally and really going all in on Game Pass, despite
Yeah.
owning every console, that's out this generation, I don't know, I only really feel compelled to own stuff that I legitimately like physically, if that makes sense. And not just
No, I
likes, but like really enjoys.
Oh no, that totally makes sense, man. And I'm kind of feeling like I'm falling in that same boat too.
Mm-hmm.
But there is something to be said because we can only take so much with you at a time. There are
Right.
certain games that I actually wouldn't mind. Like if I can get a game physically first, I'll get it physically first. But there are some games that I would love to just have it digitally, so that way I know I can have it with me at all times. That's why I bought a physical copy of Animal Crossing New Horizons, and I bought a digital copy. I bought the digital for
Right.
myself, and I bought the physical for the collection. And it just happened that Jenny decided, I'm gonna try out Animal Crossing. And I'm like,
You see, the
join
problem
us,
I had
join us.
is that I pre-ordered from EGM and then they got screwed over by UPS because UPS was like, this isn't essential, so we're just gonna hold this at our facility for a week and not let you pick it up.
See, what was interesting is that the day that we got the official go ahead that okay, we're going to be working from home, you can go home now,
Right.
was literally the day before
Hotline Miami is great, by the
Animal
way.
Crossing. Oh yeah.
Sorry,
Okay, that
go
was
on.
see what Jim was talking about. Now I'll get to that in a moment. But literally that day on my way home from the office, I got a call from GameStop. They're just like, "Hey, Nintendo's letting us selling it early. You can come pick it up." I was like, "Turn around, go pick it up, go home. I'm good."
Yeah, but
like I am good now.
well, what happened
But
was
yeah,
I was like, you know what? I think that these Animal Crossing streams could become a big thing, and I really want to be there for launch. So I got it fit digitally, right? And then next week I got in both Elliot's copy and mine. And I unboxed Elliot's for the video I did, but like my physical is still sealed. And at this point, I don't know what the postal service is going to be like in a couple months. I want to make sure we're past the worst of this first. I think I might
yeah.
just do a giveaway.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, would get some eyes.
Yeah.
But what's see, and Jim makes a good point there too. And here's one of the other reasons why I don't buy digital as much as like many other people do is because I'll get a digital backlog, and to me, having a physical backlog is one thing. Having a
Right.
digital backlog is even worse. Like in my opinion, especially because games are so cheap.
Right.
It's like, but right now when you're, I hate to say the word, but when you're in quarantine, digital sales, it's like gimme, gimme, gimme. It's like gimme all of it. But what he was also saying, yeah, they picked up the Sega collection on Switch for $12. That's a great deal. Aside from the fact that for some reason the Sega collection on Switch, they took the Wonder Boy games out. I don't know why they did that,
Why? Why would they
but
do
I
that?
don't know. I don't know. There's no. I've looked it up. There's no reason for it. I'm like, okay,
Jackson
sure,
Gate
whatever.
again.
Once again, Sega released the prototype Sonic 3 soundtrack. Come on, it's good.
Yeah, it's
It's good.
not. You know what? It really made me earn new respect for the Sonic and Knuckles collection.
Yep, yep,
Yep.
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 But what Jim was saying is that you familiar with Special Reserve games?
Yes.
By any
Yes, I
chance?
am.
Okay, because did you see how they did the Hotline Miami release?
No.
I thought this was brilliant because when you bought it from limited run, it was just the game by itself, and that was it.
Right.
But for $10 more, you could get like the special edition that comes with like an NES looking cartridge, some stickers, and a few other things. But what sold me on that more than anything was the
Hmm.
fact that when you pre-ordered the physical copy, you got a digital eShop code along with it, so you could play the game now. I'm like,
Oh,
that's
that's dope.
brilliant.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, limited run, love you guys. Why can't y'all do that? I think that would.
Valcro, welcome.
Hey, what's going on?
Welcome. But yeah, no, I totally
What's
feel
going
on
on,
that
guys?
as well. And actually, all right, this is going to be the most hearsay thing, but I've been talking about a lot how I'm going to be getting a Polymega, and like that's going to be my quote unquote next gen console because I really don't see any need to get like a Series X or a PS5 at this point, or I'm pretty sure I might even pass on whatever Nintendo's next thing is, right?
I just got an Xbox One X. I don't really have any need to get a Xbox Series X,
Yeah.
whatever it's called. I don't really have any reason to get that right now.
The only thing
See
that
that?
the Series X has over the One X is that the acronym is Xbox Sex. It's the Sex
SSX.
box.
One of my coworkers was like having a little mini mental breakdown because he was like, "Wait, so we got the XBX and the SXX, and then there's this SSX, and then
And
there's triple X." He's just
there's
like, "Wait,
Triple
what?"
X.
I was like, "Oh my goodness."
The Xbox NSFW.
It was hilarious. I was like, "That's funny." The name is dumb. They really should have come up with something better. But I mean, am I going to be excited to see what they got in their hands? Sure. But I'm with you.
So from the chat, we went from X-Bone to Sex Fox.
Oh Lord, what is that Simpsons joke? It's my turn with the sex box. It's my turn with the sex box, and her name is Sony. Wait, that was Family Guy. Never mind.
Yeah.
But yeah,
But did you get the One X on sale? Because I know they're
yeah.
marked down for 200 for a bit.
Oh, what was cool was that when once again GameStop. See, and this is why I know GameStop gets a lot of crap, but this is one of the reasons why I
Deservedly.
still some deservedly yes, but why I still support them in sometimes because like they were doing a deal where the Xbox One X was $299.99,
Right.
and then basically you got like 150 for an Xbox One S, and then they gave you an additional $50 a trade on top of that, and they gave you an additional 20% for every game that you traded in along with that. I wound up as I traded in I think like 4 or 5 games along with it, and I wound
Yeah.
up walking out with this is now initially I bought a refurbished one because it was on sale for $249, I
Right.
think.
Which ain't bad.
So I wound up pocketing the extra credit. So I wound up not spending anything. But then right after that, the NBA 2K20, which I don't give a crap about NBA 2K20,
Right.
but the console is gorgeous. And I saw that one store got it in, and I called them, and I was just like, "Hey, so I just did this deal. Is it possible that I could pay the difference and exchange it for this one?" And they're just like, "Yeah, come on in," and
Oh,
did it,
that's
no
cool.
hassle. And I was like, "Awesome."
I'll be
So yeah,
honest.
they come through, you know.
I shat on the
Xbox 540.
I shat on the Xbox One a lot when it came out. In fact,
Everybody did.
and really, I think it's as someone who owns all three, I think it's my favorite of the current gen, just because of Game Pass.
I don't know, man. I'm real torn. And the funny thing is that in literally within the span of a year,
Mm-hmm.
PS4 for me went from first to third in like the span of a
Agreed.
year. Like that's like how much I love. I'm not because Sony PlayStation fans are touchy. I will
I mean,
not say that I don't like the PlayStation because I still love the
oh, I
PlayStation.
love
It's
it.
just that right now, really, I'm just trying to think about the games that are out there that I have not played yet. The only game that's still sparking in to me is Spider-Man. That's literally it. Everything else, I'm just like, I've already played it, or I don't really have any interest in it. And then I got like stuff like Until Dawn, which wowed the hell out of me. That was an
Yeah.
amazing game, and like there just hasn't really been anything else like that since.
I,
Meanwhile, the Switch, I was real skeptical of the Switch at first. I was
oh,
like,
I love my
I don't
Switch.
want it. I don't really want it. I'm just like, I don't really think that Nintendo has anything to offer really with it. And then what was the game that I can't remember what game it was that made me okay, you know what, I'm going to buy a Switch. I
That
can't
that that
remember
was
what it
me when
was.
Mario Odyssey was announced because you know that the trailer for that made me feel things I hadn't felt since Galaxy.
Nice. I still haven't played Odyssey. The funny thing is, I bought
Oh,
a
it's
copy of
good.
Odyssey from Toys R Us, like when Toys R Us was shutting
Yeah.
down. May they rest in peace. Well, they're
Well,
back.
we're
I
the
guess I should say that they're back up now.
and they never
But
went away in Canada. We still have them.
right, you guys still have them up
We have
there.
like 90s
Um,
Toys R Us up here.
Nice. But I actually wound up giving my copy away to an artist friend of mine in Canada who was going through cancer. So I
Hmm.
actually wound up Sailor Sophie. I actually wound up giving her my copy.
Oh, well, that's
So I
good.
was
You
like,
did a
'cause
good, dude.
oh yeah,
That's a good. That's good.
it was like there's a bunch of her friends and that we jumped into. Like they were all like kind of pitching in to buy her a Switch, and I kind of missed the window. They had already gotten it, and so I asked,
Yeah.
okay, well then what games do you want? And she told me what games she wanted, and she mentioned Mario Odyssey. I was like, okay, good. Don't buy Mario Odyssey. She's like, oh, why? Is it a bad game? I'm like, no, because I'm sending it to you.
Yeah. It's like just take it. Take it.
Yeah. And then she sent me this. She sent me out of return. I didn't ask for anything in return, but she sent me this awesome painting that she did
Oh, that's
of Doctor
wonderful.
Eggman in like
Yeah.
the Alfred Hitchcock like kind of pose.
Oh, I love that. I love
Yeah.
that.
So,
That's amazing.
yeah, see, Jim is saying too. Yeah, it's like he already bought Streets of Rage 4, ordered for limited run, but he'll probably buy Streets of Rage 4 digitally in the meantime. Well, Jim, if you
It's
have
on Game
X
Pass.
and you have Xbox Game Pass, it's included. So I'm just like, yeah, I would buy it anyway too. I was prepared to buy it.
That
But since it's on Game Pass, I can save a little bit of money right now. I'll
as
probably
said
wind up buying it for PS4 whenever I do replace my PS4 at some point. I
oh
don't
that
even have one right now.
that reminds me. So the probably the best deal of the past month, Pac-Man Championship Edition 2 is free right now.
Yep.
And I
Except for
down
Switch. Not for for Switch.
Not for Switch, but the thing is, I was like, all right, I'll get it on Xbox. I'll play it. And I was like, you know what? This is one of the best arcade-like experiences I've had in forever.
You should watch friggin'. I keep telling, out of the two of us, of the people who should be live streaming,
Yeah.
it's Jenny. You've seen Jenny play puzzle games.
Yes.
She
Oh,
is,
she's a pro.
with the,
An
with
absolute
the
pro.
exception of Luminous. Luminous is like her kryptonite. But every other puzzle game that she gets into, she's like crazy good. And she's crazy good at Pac-Man CE. I mean,
She
like,
should. And that game is so good because like I got an Xbox, went through pretty much all of the score attack levels in one night. Elliot can vouch for it because I did it while on Skype with him.
Nice.
And then I went ahead and I downloaded off Steam and off PSN as well because, damn, it's free. I might as well.
Now, going into digital, I am tempted while it's on sale. I'm tempted to get that Namco Museum digital collection that's on Switch right now. I am tempted to get that
how much
purely
is that?
because it has Rolling Thunder and it has Splatterhouse. I'm just like,
Ooh.
Uncut Splatterhouse? Yes, please.
Oh, I mean, Rolling Thunder as well. That's a good.
Oh yeah,
Oh, I love that one.
Thunder.
It's tough. It's trial and error, but that's the name of the game, and it makes like I don't have an issue about games being very trial and error focused when it's just upfront that that's what this is.
It really depends. For the most part, with trial and error games, like I normally don't have a problem with it, but there are some games that just really get under my skin that are like that. And I can tell you, and I feel like a traitor because it's a Sega game.
Right.
I can tell you one game that boils my blood is Super Monkey Ball. And,
oh really?
I feel like I should love this game, but goodness, it aggravates me.
I mean that's fair. There's some irritating bits. So I mean I'm a bit biased. Like I remember when I got my GBA back in the day. I didn't get Pokemon or anything with it. For some reason, it was Super Monkey Ball Jr. that sold me on it.
Hey, but they did a good job with that, though.
Oh, that game is great.
From a port standpoint, they did a really good job porting it. Sega really twisted and turned like the Game Boy Advance. They did some really impressive things technically.
Oh, absolutely.
Take a look at like Crazy Taxi, Catch a Ride.
Yeah.
It's terrible, but man, just considering how they were able to make 3D kind of work on it.
Monkey Ball Jr. wasn't bad though, and maybe I'm being easy on it because I know playing a 3D game with a D-pad is awkward. But when you've never played any other game in the series and like you're a kid with a GBA, you don't care, you get used to it, right?
True that.
And it was great. I beat easy in the medium mode, never beat the hard mode. I didn't find out about the extra hard difficulty until I was bored some years later with a Game Shark.
Jude says it's been so long since the last Super Mario Odyssey update. When was the last Super Mario Odyssey update? I don't even know.
Oh god, I don't even know at this point. Probably like, I think the last one I remember was 2018?
Really? Has it been that long?
I may have been. The
Well,
game's
it's not
still
like
great
it's a game
even
that
without
has-
it.
Yeah, it's not like it's a game that has continuous content or anything, though.
No.
So, I mean, that makes sense. It's like normally at this point, updates are probably just for, bugs and the like.
That said, I'm kind of glad that there hasn't been a new bug fix for it in a while because I got bored a while back and there's some pretty crazy bugs you can do with it.
Nice.
Like just if I had more time, I'd probably try out speedrunning it because it's
Oh, wow.
it is. There is so much crazy crap you can do with Odyssey. My favorite involves like taking over like an R and the New Donk City area and just shenanigans with that.
Nice.
Hey, how you doing, Lucky the Lobster? Welcome to the stream.
Hey, how's it going?
How's it going?
So, it's just like, but going back again, like to collection talk
Yes.
and whatnot, because it was funny because earlier today, for those who haven't been like following me on Instagram or Twitter, because I've been posting about
Which
this.
you
I'm in the
should.
midst of renovating. Yes, which you should. At G to the next level. Subtle plug. I've been spending the last couple of days kind of renovating my collection a bit. So I moved the Sonic collection. It's now getting an entire wall space.
Very nice.
So it's moved out. We're finally putting Jenny's Pokemon stuff out. But in the game room, Nintendo, the corner where my Sonic collection is,
Yes.
Nintendo's getting that whole section now.
Oh,
So
very
now
cool.
the entire area is going to be Nintendo, and now where the Nintendo stuff is where my Sega CD and Master System stuff is going.
Very nice. Very nice.
But one of the things that I did was I finally decided to bite the bullet because I swear, like nearly every single time I either posted a picture of an NES game in my collection or a Super NES game in my collection, I will get a comment somewhere. They'll be like, "Where's your box protectors, man?" It's like, "You should put those in box protectors." I'm like, "Yeah, I know. You should put those in box protectors." Yeah, I know. Well, guess what? I finally got it. I
Yeah.
finally got some box protectors. That's what I'm doing right now. Actually, I'm putting my Super Nintendo games in my box protectors right now, and it's just such a cool feeling. And I was talking to Jenny about
Yeah.
this earlier. It's just like, does it really show that like I'm getting super excited about the tedium of putting together plastic cases to put my boxes in plastic cases? She's like, no, it shows you're dedicated.
Also, right now, you got to take what you can right now, man. it's
Yeah,
it's
true.
something different, right?
Yep, true that. Because it's just something about like right now. I know you
Yeah.
can't see me, but like right now, I just put my box copy of Sparkster on Super NES in a box. I'm just like,
Ooh, very nice.
mwah. Love this game. Jim was just talking about that. We drink a beer and play a game. In my opinion, the Super Nintendo Sparkster, in my opinion, is better than the Genesis one.
I believe
That's
it.
that's my opinion. Now it's not better than Rocket Knight
No.
Adventures, but yeah, Sparkster Super NES I actually like more than the Genesis one.
One
But
of
yeah, it's just it comes down to now like okay, I have what I want. Now what would I like to do? I'd like to kind of protect and upgrade what I have. So
right.
all these NES games are getting protected. Super NES games are getting protected. My 32X collection is getting protected. So because almost all of those games are paper boxes.
The one thing I wish I could get protectors for, because it's the only type of game I go out of my way to get the boxes for, is my boxed Amiga and PC stuff.
Hmm.
Because like
Oh,
the thing is, there's no standard size for a big box.
right. But wait, are they the same size as like your standard PC big box ones, or are they a different size?
Some of them are different sizes. Like here's my Amiga Ghosts and Goblins, which is a German one. But then this right here is PC Sylphid, and as you can see, very different sizes. But then sometimes you get weird things like this, like Taco Bell's Tasty Temple Challenge.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, like there
Yeah,
is no standard size.
big.
Or like, and then like here's Mega Man, right? Which is just
Yeah.
weird and thin. Yeah, I mean, and
You never want to touch that game again, do you?
I mean, I don't, but the funny thing is, it's an awful game, but it's one I'm really glad to own because, like, and Mega Man 3 for DOS is just boring. But, like,
Yeah.
that one is just bad. But it's memorably bad.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, there are a lot of games that are like that are just bad. And I'm like, you know what? I know this is a bad game, but to me, it's better to be a bad game that you remember than to be a mediocre game that you forget.
Yeah. And it's weird how games can be memorable for whatever reason. Like, I've been working on this video about Putt Putt Saves the Zoo that's going out tomorrow, assuming I can get it done on time. And, like, I don't want to spoil it, but, like, what a weird thing that was to research. James, tell us what Christmas you got your GameCube was like. Okay, I'll tell that after I talk about this Putt Putt thing, because I don't want to spoil it, but can I just talk about the craziest thing I found in the making of that, because it just blew my mind, right? So Putt Putt, really cool game, really beautiful animation, it looks like a playable cartoon, right? Original creator based the design of Putt Putt off of a very similar character she had in stories, that bedtime stories she'd tell her son. And I was like, oh, that's super wholesome, right? So I was like, so where is she now? Like, what's she done since the 90s? Do you know about what happened? She defrauded a Seattle bank for over $1.5 million and had to spend nearly 3 years in federal prison.
Wow.
What's up,
You never
Nintendo?
know with people sometimes. Jeez.
Yeah, but yeah, that. And I'm like, I have to put this in. So it's become like one part me talking about my experiences with the game, one part me telling the story of the development story of this series, because how can I not?
Well,
And
I mean,
one
that's
part
also
just
the,
reviewing it.
I I mean, that's also the art of failure in you. You found something in there that you really want to,
Yeah.
like, hey, you want to archive that. You want to document that. That's the word I was trying to get to.
Yeah, because I mean, there's some really good videos on the game on YouTube. Like Brutal Moose is one of the ones I watched while researching, which is great. Always love his stuff. But there's
Oh yeah.
nothing that really tackles it from like a kind of documentary style, which I also know that's what makes me not very marketable for like younger audiences because I'm serious and, let's be honest, kind of dry. But so be it.
Hey, but sometimes you need just the facts.
Exactly.
And
And just the
that is the
fact
truth.
is the same person who made Putt Putt also committed $1.5 million worth of fraud to try to buy a mansion.
Hey, it gets people talking.
It gets people talking, let me tell y'all. What a game.
Wow, that's nuts.
So to Christmas
But,
I got a GameCube. I need to tell that story since the GameCube is what I consider retro.
oh
It,
yeah, GameCube is retro at this point.
I just people I've gone from having a generational rule to just having a 15-year rule, which means yes, launch model 360s are retro by that criteria. I don't care if it's old enough that I can think back about. I'm like, man, was that '05? I think that was '05. Yeah, then that's retro. So, yeah, what happened was I had a friend of mine who, long story short, his parents had divorced when he was a kid, and I'm not going to get into the gist of it, but his dad was rich. Like, you know, the jewelry store in Market Street in the Woodlands. You there, G?
Yeah, I mean, I'm here.
Yeah, you know the jewelry store in the middle of Market Street there.
Um.
I think it was a
Oh yes,
Thomas
yes,
Mark.
yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, his dad owned that.
Oh.
So
Oh,
while
okay.
he lived with his mom and her partner, and I think they got married once that was legalized, which is wonderful. But his dad basically, I guess I'm not going to go deep into it, but I'm not sure if he didn't know how to relate or what. But he'd pretty much just buy him everything system wise.
Jeez.
And it's weird because he wasn't exactly a spoiled kid either. He just happened to have a lot of video games.
So he's kind of like Tyler, like in a
Yeah,
sense. It's like basically had he grew up in a family where they bought him a lot of games. He still had to earn them. You
yeah.
know.
But and long story short, he got a GameCube with Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. It was great. We
Hey,
it wasn't the actual Sonic part of the game that sold me on it. It was the Chow Garden.
Chow Garden, of course.
So, and I wanted to raise my own Chow so we could like race them and stuff. So what happened was that Christmas I got a GameCube with Mario Kart Double Dash. It was a bundle. It was great. Everyone else was out of town. My dad learned to play Mario Kart. My dad got good at Mario Kart. It was kind of funny. And then my birthday is just 2 weeks after Christmas, right? So for my
Hmm.
birthday, I then got Sonic Adventure 2 Battle and also a GameStop gift card, and I forget what I bought, but I know it was my first time ever going to like a dedicated game store. That was back where after they GameStop had bought Electronics Boutique, but still
Right.
when we had both GameStops and EB Games in the States, but you could use the gift card at both. And I remember it was weird because I went to the Woodlands Mall and it finally hit me. Why the hell are there basically two of the exact same store in the mall?
Right. Well, that's starting to become less of a case now. So
Yeah, most malls are having
yeah.
no Game Stops now.
Oh yeah. Well, I remember. That's like. Do you remember? Were you here in Houston the time when Electronics Boutique was in the Greenspoint Mall?
Yes, I mean, but Grand, I spent the vast majority of my childhood from, in Houston. So pretty much, if it happened between like '03 and 2016, I probably remember it.
I got you, man. I always went to that EB games. I always noticed, like, even though my parents and whatnot, we lived more on the northern side of town. We
Yeah.
used to go there to Greenspoint because either A, something for my mom because she used to work for Dillard's.
Yeah.
And I always like go along with her, and she'd leave me at like EB. I gotta go to a meeting. It's like, can you stay here for like an hour? Of course,
Yeah.
mom dropping the kids off in the electronics store. The electronics boutique was always there, and I always got like my Genesis games from there and GameStop or Funkoland at the time.
Yeah.
And then between that and oh, and then going into PlayStation too, I remember that one specifically because there was a game on PlayStation that I had never heard of before, and they had it playing in the store, and literally I played that demo for an hour straight, and I needed to have that game now. And
I believe it.
Cage. It was Roll Cage.
Game demos can still do that to me. I remember when Forza 6 came out, I was at the Microsoft store and the Woodlands Mall, and we just...
Mm-hmm.
And this was just a few years ago, right? But we still... A buddy of mine I was with and we just still stood there for like an hour just racing because... might as well.
I just got Forza Horizon 3 finally.
So ooh, what do you think?
One, like, I need to get. Well, because I wanted to get it purely because I wanted the Hot Wheels expansion.
Oh, that's fair. That's cool.
GameStop had it. This was before COVID. The GameStop had it for I think like it was $10, and then online they had the Hot Wheels expansion. Actually, no, it was a full season pass.
Right.
It was like 75% off. So I was like, hey, I'll just do that. I love Forza Horizon.
Yeah. The other one I really remember that was kind of crazy is I remember playing the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon demo. I think it was at a Toys R Us, and that's what sold me on that. And the craziest thing is I actually own one of those demo carts now. And what's even crazier about that is, usually Pokemon demos are like real expensive when you find them. The Mystery Dungeon ones are worthless. Like I literally paid $10 on eBay for it.
I think we still have the Pokemon Coliseum one somewhere.
Oh, that's a good one.
I think we still have that one. I know one GameCube demo disc that I still have. I have to look and see like which. It was one of those interactive.
Like from a kiosk.
The ones from the kiosk. Somehow I got one of these.
Yeah.
And it was for what games were on? Wait, no, I'm sorry. It wasn't that. It was the pre-order disc for
Coliseum?
Star Wars Rebel Assault.
Oh, sweet. Is that the one that has the Atari game on it?
Rebel Strike, sorry. Yeah. Rogue Squadron 3, Rebel Strike. Yes, that's the one that has the Atari Star Wars game on it. And when I saw that, I was like, yes. I
only own one other like demo disc, and weirdly enough, it's like a 4-pack that was used for a kiosk, and the only reason I got it is because Billy Hatcher was on it.
Oh man, Billy Hatcher.
I know, and I still don't own the actual game, right? But I'm like, hey, this is $5 and it has Billy Hatcher on it. Sure, I'll get it.
I got it. It's worth it. It's totally worth it. It's a little short, but other than that, it is really worth it.
I've really found myself warming up to shorter games lately because let's be honest, it's less time for me. Less time for me to sink into it.
Yeah, I don't think it's like, the game's only 4 hours. Okay.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, the only time I have an issue of that when it was like Pokemon Sword and Shield, where it's like $80 new for a game that I literally beat in 14 hours.
For a Pokemon game, that's short.
Yeah, because people are like, oh no, that's about average. I'm like, what about the raids and stuff? I'm like, okay, well, Black and White version 2s, which I get it, my favorite, I'm biased. Those took me well over 20 hours the first time I did it. And then there's all the post-game stuff where they literally locked away half the region for the post-game, but somehow did it in a way that didn't feel like obstructive.
Gotcha.
It's like, here's a bunch of different towns and stuff that you can now go to now that you've beat the game and hunt down all these legendary Pokemon. And it's like, cool, great. That's like another 10 hours right there.
I really want to play, aside from Let's Go, because I still need to play Let's Go, because, I mean, that's really the main Pokemon region that I'm an old bogey, I'm an original 151, and just, like, kind of going with that, I'm just like, wow, I was watching Jenny play it, and I'm like, this looks awesome. I know it's simple and it's easy, but I'm just like, yeah, but this looks awesome.
So it's weird.
I really want to play the GameCube one, Pokemon XD.
Yeah, Coliseum and XD both are great. I
really liked XD when I played it.
It's good. You need to play Coliseum as well because Coliseum came first, and it's actually they're a direct duology.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Coliseum is great though, because while XD has a bit more to it, Coliseum has a better story. And it's the one time in Pokemon that the story's actually interesting. Except for Black and White. It was pretty good there as well.
Nice.
So, like, one of two times in Pokemon where the story's actually interesting. Well, I liked it in Black 2 and White 2, but that's just because it was like a dumb anime plot.
Did you ever play? It was for the GameCube because now we're
Yeah.
waxing GameCube memories. Did you ever play Sega's like sad attempt at trying to make a Pokemon game?
No, I did.
Amazing Island.
I didn't even remember. I didn't know about that until you talked about it when we were at Game Bros after Retropalooza last year.
I should have bought that. I
We
honestly
should have.
really should have bought it when I was thinking about it. But yeah, it's just funny because because I had no idea what it was until I randomly was looking up like Sega games. I said at one point I was going to buy like every Sega published game for Nintendo consoles
Right.
and for others, and I was looking it up. And then of course you get to the Wii where they published like Daisy
Everything.
Fuentes Pilates and Nancy Drew and the Wild Wacky World of Sports, which is
That said, the
strangest-
Nancy Drew Wii game was actually pretty good.
Was it?
Yeah, because
Have you
well,
played
because
the Wild Sports or the Wacky World of Sports?
no, I haven't.
That is one of the strangest games I think I have ever played. And
The-
I'm like, what is
the-
this?
So the Nancy Drew one's not one of the best PC ones, but the thing is that control-wise, it's like, oh, instead of using a mouse, you're now just using the Wiimote as a pointer.
Yeah,
And it
well,
works.
that's like,
It works a hell of a lot better than the DS game.
oh yeah. Well, that's like Indiana Jones and the Staff of Kings.
Yeah.
On the Wii, where if you unlock Atlanta Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, you could use the Wiimote as a pointer rather than have to use like a controller or a mouse or something like
Oh,
that.
I'm down for that.
I bought that game. In fact, I bought one for Tyler too. I bought that game from GameStop for like $5, and it was totally worth it just to get Fate of Atlantis. Do not play Staff of Kings.
Really?
Staff of Kings is crap.
But the port of the older game's fine.
oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
The port of the older game is perfectly fine, but just don't play the main game. It's so bad.
So here's something I've been sitting on for a while, mainly because like it's so part of me feels like, well, if I do this, it has to be for the Pokemon channel because it's Pokemon related, but also it's so weird and I could go so in depth. I think it might be better for this channel. So I want your thoughts about it. Are you familiar with Robopon?
Yes.
The weird Pokemon clone. I already have a video in mind. A video title in mind. The weird Pokemon code. The weird Pokemon clone with a built-in IR sensor.
Really? See, I know of it, but I didn't know that it has. Because, you know, with every sort of Pokemon clone out there, they each have their own sort of gimmick.
So what?
I guess that's its gimmick.
No, this one's gimmick is that it's robots instead of like monsters. But in like 2 dungeons, you need to literally just point a TV remote at it, at the console, and just press a button, and that'll make stuff happen.
What?
Yeah. And
Wow.
that's
Okay.
and it is so underutilized and so dumb, but at the same time, it happened. And if I remember right, is this an Atlas title? Yeah, it's an Atlas title.
I was just about to say that. It's like, wasn't it published by Atlas? Yeah, it is. Crazy.
Yeah, so I don't know. What do you think? What channel do you think that would be better for?
I think that'd be better for your main channel, to be honest. It's like,
Yeah.
It's semi Pokemon related, but it's also just strange enough, and it has an interesting tweak to it, an interesting gimmick to it that it falls under your weird and retro banner. So I think that would be better on your channel.
Well, not only
Rather
that,
than
but
Master Trainer.
it's so odd. It's so odd, and yeah, there are a lot of weird Pokemon clones though. Like, you know what the worst thing about this version of Robopon is? So if you look, this one's technically Robopon's Sun version, right?
Right.
There was a Moon version as well, but only in Japan. Meaning that in the West, it's literally impossible to complete its version of the Pokedex.
Oh my god. that has to be a fail. That has to be a fail somewhere on there. Because if they did that and they didn't think to put everything on one cart,
Yeah.
then that is an epic fail on Atlas's.
And then even crazier, there was a sequel on GBA that did get localized.
Oh.
You see, it's so I feel like I know so much useless knowledge, and YouTube is the perfect outlet for that. That's why I stay on the platform despite my issues with it.
Same here. because like no other kind of platform really is a home enough for the quirky ones like us, you know. So
Mm-hmm.
it makes sense. As I'm holding a copy of Mischief Makers for
Yeah.
N64.
Another great game.
Oh, love Mischief Makers. I might not be a huge fan of the N64,
Right.
but I will say that like when the N60, sorry Jim, I was like, but I will say
Oof.
that like when the N64 hits, it hits hard.
The
Like when the
N64,
games are great or excellent.
it slaps.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Like I can tell you one of my favorite N64 games that I still feel people don't really talk about is Space Station Silicon Valley. Like
Really?
a lot of people don't talk about that game, and it is great, great game.
Sorry, what
But
am I? The Amiga joystick, I have it perched on top of the TV I'm using as a monitor, and for some reason it just like fell.
oops,
Oops. But
that's
yeah,
not
so
great.
what type of is that like platformer or
Uh, I mean, it's a 3D adventure style game, but there's also a little bit of life management to it. I mean, it's not quite like Pokemon because at the end of the day, you have to collect all the different creatures, but
right,
it's really hard to explain.
right.
It's really hard to. It's hard to explain exactly what it is. Imagine, like, Toe Jam and Earl meets Pokemon. If that
Okay,
makes
I'm down for that. I vibe with that.
sense.
Yeah, no, I definitely vibe with that actually.
It's a strange game, but definitely worth tracking down. That and like Rocket Robot on Wheels, Sin and Punishment, even though Nintendo was dumb and didn't localize it, but at
But that
least
one's still
not on the
fairly
actual
cheap, isn't it?
The Sin and Punishment.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about the original. I
That
know literally somebody in my Houston Retro Gamers Facebook group got a copy of the Wii Sin and Punishment game for 3 cents.
I believe it. The
Three
Wii game
cents.
is worthless, which is great because it's a great
It's
time.
worthless, but it's an awesome game. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a great follow up to it. I don't know why it tanked. Because it's like they didn't bring out the first game, and then the fans were like, bring the second one, bring the second one, bring the second one. And then Nintendo was like, okay, here it is. And then it didn't sell. I bought the game day one. I
Interesting.
love Sin and Punishment on N64. My favorite N64 game.
I feel like it's
And
cheap, but I just checked eBay, but it's expensive by N64 standards.
how much is it?
$50.
That's about right.
I
Is that
mean,
loose or complete?
loose.
Okay. For loose, that's a. I mean, it's
For,
not a.
for I
It's not
mean,
a
it's
common
expensive
game.
for an N64 game, right? But like as
Yeah.
far as actual game collecting goes, it's like I've seen worse. It's not a Saturn game.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm like, you know what?
I,
That's something that I could reasonably spend money on and not feel disgusting about afterwards.
Exactly. Well, and that's the weird thing going into collecting right now in the midst of a global pandemic.
Right.
I was just like talking about how one other game, because even though I might not be collecting on Moss like I used to, there's still handfuls of games that I still want to get for my collection at some point. One of them is Def Jam Fight for New York.
Good
Like I
one.
want to I want to get a copy of that game, and I want it for Xbox preferably. But I remember literally before this happened, it was like a $50 game,
No
and now
kidding.
when I'm looking it up on eBay, it's now like $110, and I'm like, what? And then I look at the GameCube version, it's like 130. I'm like, what?
Right.
And I look at the graphs, like because Game Value now also has like graphs that will show you like what the price trends were for the time.
Right.
But hey, Mango PC, when it comes through, it's like, yeah, in the last 2 months, the prices have spiked. What was the other game that I was looking up for? And I was just like, you know what? That game really wasn't that. Silent Bomber on the PS1, which is an awesome game, by the way. I want to do a treasure chest review of that game at some point. It's wonderful.
And the other
But the
thing as well, and I feel like I've mentioned this, but I know this is going to irk a lot of collectors, is my justification for wanting the Polymega.
no, I don't really see why. Uh, and there goes that whole
Should,
argument
should I
too.
tell should I tell the chat that justification? Ah,
Go ahead.
Sam, my man.
Yeah. What's
Why aren't you modded? You need modding. You're fam. You're real
I
life
am
fam.
not.
And also, I don't
I
want the
was
same
supposed to
thing to
say
happen to my mom the first time she came in for a stream. Where she said hi, and
Nightbot
she was
timed
being
you
all
out.
supportive, and then Nightbot timed her out. And I was like, why? Um, we're just talking about retro gaming thoughts and memories right now, Mango. But
Yeah, just kind of talking about like what's going on really with retro at the moment.
so
But
what? The thing is that I love Saturn games and I love Neo CD games, and while I'd love to
oh
get them when they're
man,
cheap, I don't own
Dude,
a Neo Geo console, and Saturn stuff is expensive.
oops. So I
What?
finally got a Neo Geo CD console last year. Finally.
Yes, I am jealous.
But
By the
then
way,
it's like,
EGM still has in that copy of Windjammers.
I want it. Windjammers are power flying disc. I mean, it's the same game,
Right.
but that does kind of like, because if it was the U.S. Windjammers, I would like buy that right now and I will pay you back. But if it's power flying disc, I'm like, okay, that's
No,
fair.
no, it's Windjammers. It's actual Windjammers.
Oh, it is Windjammers. Oh
Yeah.
snap. Let me get paid and I'll think about it.
I
But
said if they still want 100 CAD, the dollar has tanked up here, so that is about $60 right now.
oh snap. Yeah, yeah. Where are my Neo CD games? Let's see. Okay, here they are. Let's say I only have like three Neo Geo CD games. I
Right.
have Fighters History Dynamite. I have Baseball Stars Professional,
Very
which I
nice.
want Baseball Stars 2.
I love
That's
Baseball
my
Stars.
favorite. Baseball Stars 2 is my favorite Neo Geo game. I need it. And the Samurai Showdown RPG.
Oh, even I
It's
didn't
like,
know there was an RPG.
oh, it's really really good. Unfortunately, the Neo CD version doesn't have an English translation. I
Damn
thought
it.
it did, but it was cheap enough. I was like, okay, it's cool to have in the collection. The PlayStation version has an English translation.
Right.
No, not PlayStation. Saturn.
So basically, the thought is, and I don't know if this is dubiously legal or not, but I don't care since I already own the Polymega when I have to confront that. Is that there's along with being able to play like Saturn games and stuff in HD, which in itself is a selling point, you can rip game images from the original discs. You can't load
Yep.
ISOs onto it, but you can rip from original discs. So I'm like,
Yep.
oh, so now this is an excuse for me to go around to all my collecting friends and be like, hey, you want to let me quickly rip some files from your expensive game discs? That way I can play them, but not have to spend $1,000 for Panzer Dragoon Saga.
I was just about to say, man, come on over. I'll let you borrow Panzer Dragoon Saga, and just cross my fingers at your Polymega and pray to it that it doesn't eat the disc.
Honestly, the
I'm
more I
sorry,
think
that
about
drive tray that drive tray makes me nervous.
if it helps, that's not the only thing I have like that. Like I talk about using my 2011 iMac for playing like PS1 games from the
Mm-hmm.
disc, and it's the same way. Like you have to push it in so far, like so that's almost completely in before it like sucks it in.
Dude, hacking my PlayStation Classic was honestly one of the best decisions ever. Now, whenever I
Yes.
need to do capture of something, provided the game works, because I know some of them, some of the ISOs I do have issues with, like Erguys.
Right.
But Erguys doesn't want to work on anything properly. I've noticed, except for original hardware.
The one
but
thing the one thing I can say is I've been watching Saramaro's Polymega streams, which are great by the way, wonderful streams.
oh yeah, Sarma was great.
Mm-hmm.
It was a great channel all around.
But I was curious, and ends up that there is one thing that does not work, and I'm not surprised, and that is Game Express titles.
Oh right, that's
I can't get my High Leg Fantasy fix.
Game Express. Those are the ones that.
Those are the ones where they were unlicensed Neo CD games that needed their own special kind of bootleggy system card.
Okay, that's not what I was thinking.
And they were all adult oriented games.
You know what? I think Jim from Drink a Beer Play a Game. I don't know if you're still in the chat, but if you are, isn't Game Express the same company that did Street Fighter 2 for PC Engine?
Oh, I think they are.
I think it is. They have that game. They did a video on it. It's hilarious.
I'm wanting.
But,
I'm not promising any videos right now, but the one I'm really wanting to do is I want to do one just called The Weird and Confusing World of Neo Geo CD Games. And yes, that was a Game Express game.
okay, cool. That's what I thought. I was like, I knew that name sounded familiar.
Sorry, as you were saying before I got on a Game Express tangent.
No, you're good. You're good. I was also gonna say it's like, so it's also not unlike the Retro Freak, because you know with the Retro Freak it's got its own memory in it. You put
Right.
the game in, and then you can actually save the ROM onto the system itself. The
Right.
only problem with the Retro Freak is it has some, and I didn't learn this until I finished my review of it, which is my first YouTube video.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so I have a soft spot for the Retro Freak because of that. But the only thing is that games that were American, that were like purely in the U.S., a lot of them don't work properly.
Oh, that's a
Like
shame.
Gargoyles on Genesis doesn't want to work properly, and the Young Indiana Jones for NES doesn't want to work properly. A good chunk of my NES games, because you have to buy an adapter to
Right.
go, because the slot is a Famicom slot, so you have to buy an adapter to for NES games to work on it, and a good chunk of my NES games don't work, and it's sad. But I have the retro USB AVS now, so I
Don't
really don't
care.
need it. AVS is awesome.
Well,
So
and my thing with the Polymega as well is that it's not out yet. Like, you know, that they're actually like sponsoring the Saramaru streams, and it's just him basically going through and just. Have you seen them?
oh yeah, yeah. Well,
Yeah, where
I haven't seen his streams, but I've seen the gameplay videos.
where the streams are pretty much just him going through as many different games he can. Just making sure everything's working on it right. And no, he takes like game requests. It's very cool. If you like my streams, and more specifically, if you like my retro gaming stuff, you will love his streams.
Oh
But
yeah, because the man like lives and breathes PC Engine, doesn't he? I mean,
yeah,
it's just he did FX Unit Yuki.
yeah, that I was gonna say that was him, wasn't it?
Yep, I have the Genesis version of FX Unit Yuki.
Oh, very cool.
Like right over there. Apparently, he didn't make too many because when I contacted him about it, yeah, it's just like, yeah, how'd you get that? Like, I didn't make too many of those. I happened to find somebody on Instagram who had an extra one, and he was just like, hey,
Oh,
I'll
cool.
sell it to you. It's like, okay. So I got it. And the interesting thing is that it didn't want to work on the Retro Freak.
Huh.
It didn't want to work on the Retro N5. It didn't want to work on my regular Genesis. It didn't want to work on my Mega SG before I did the update. Then I
Right.
did the update for it, and now it works like a champ.
That's interesting. It's probably just temperamental, you know.
It
But
may be, just depending on how it's worked, you know. But yeah, that's weird. It's like my one of my buddies made a reproduction cart of Darius, using the ROM of Darius that came with the Genesis Mini.
yeah,
It's a beautiful reproduction cart.
that's
He did an
wonderful.
excellent job. And it runs like on everything. It runs like a champ.
I think the only Genesis reproduction is it's not in this room, but I have a Wily Wars, which was pretty good, but that's pretty much it.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh man, that's another video that I really need to get back to because I basically have to now almost rewrite the script
Right.
for because I was going to do like not last year but the year before that. I was gonna do a treasure chest video on Mega Man the Wily Wars and the Mega Man Game Gear game. Like it was gonna be a
Ooh.
2-in-1. But the thing is that the Wily Wars, because you know how Wily Wars is strange because it's 50 hertz pound.
Right. Unless
So
you're playing the Japanese version.
right, exactly. But I don't have the Japanese version. But what's strange is that the PAL version that's on my reproduction card plays in 60 frames per second on my Retron 5, but not on anything else. I'm like, what? But on the Genesis Mini, it plays in true 60 frames per second, and it solves the issues I have with the game. I'm like, what? It solves like my timing issues and my inching issues. Because the Mega Man inch, you can't see me on the video, but I'm doing it. Like the Mega Man inch when you try to make that perfect jump, I can't do that on a regular cart. Like I can't do it on regular hardware. But on the Genesis Mini,
You
I
can.
I'm like, wow, okay, this changes everything. So I'm gonna have to redo that review. I'm glad I didn't make it, because then I'd have to go back and like, oh, well, update.
Before I actually dive into another one of the few questions I actually wrote, the one system I was very disappointed with hearing about was the TurboGrafx Mini looks great, but when I heard that Lords of Thunder was basically unplayable on it, that was kind of a deal breaker.
Now I still haven't come through and played mine yet. I would say that it's been kind of hit or miss though. Like some people say it works perfectly fine. Some people say that yeah, the lag makes it unplayable. It's all over the place. So it
Right.
makes me wonder if this was just a production issue. Well, that's kind of like how Joe from GameStack when he got his Genesis Mini and his Genesis Mini didn't. It apparently had problems with it right off the bat. Like
Right.
one of his controllers didn't work. He said the lag was really bad, and I got mine, and mine was perfectly fine.
Was his pre-production?
I believe so.
Ah.
So it makes me wonder if maybe he just got unfortunate that he got one that they didn't fix.
Now, so going in, like me, I know you used to also frequent like. There was a phase whenever I was out and about and didn't have to be somewhere in a hurry, if there was like a pawn shop on the way or a thrift store, I just stop by and just look for old games, right? You ever have that phase?
Oh, I still
Yeah.
kind of live that phase,
Yeah?
or at least lived. And at least
Lived?
lived until, because that was something else that we were talking about earlier today too. Just like one thing that Jenny and I normally do whenever we're out and about, because she shops with me, and we'll go to half price
Right.
books.
Oh, I
Like
love
we'll go
Half
to half
Price.
price books,
I,
and then
I
if you're
missed
in
the
the
Rice Village
area,
one.
oh man, yeah, rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
But when we're out and about and then we drive by, it's like, oh well, I mean, there's a game over right there. We might as well go to game over. It's like,
Right.
hey, there's some pawn shops right over there, and then sure enough, it's 6 o'clock in the evening, and I was like, oops, I forgot to eat.
Yeah.
You know, like that happens.
Well, it's like whenever I'd
Yeah,
walk downtown, like whenever I had an off day from uni, I'd always and wasn't recording anything. I'd always have like a thing where I'd go downtown, I'd stop, I'd bus all the way to EGM and just walk all the way back from Quadra Village to downtown, which is like 12 blocks, right? And
mm-hmm.
I'd dodge into a couple pawn shops. I'd go to a Value Village. I'd go to a Win Thrift. I'd hit up a few other little game shops there. And, and even if I only ended up buying like one or two things, right? You know,
You still got something you needed.
exactly. And even if it was just like weird stuff, like I remember one day the only thing I found was I went to a random thrift store and I found Donkey Kong bongos for $1. But it's still
Nice.
Donkey Kong bongos for $1, right?
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. Exactly. It's like whenever and in fact, I guess I don't know if this really falls into some of your stories. It's like, or some of your questions, but it's one of the weirdest times or weirdest times you picked up something. I remember one time there used to be a game store chain here called Games Plus. They don't exist
Yeah.
anymore.
Oh, they're all out now?
But they're all out. Yep, all gone.
Oh, wow.
But one time I went in there and they had a copy of a game on the Nintendo DS called Little Red Riding Hood's Zombie BBQ.
Yes. Yes. I think
Great.
Metal Jesus did a thing on it.
Yes, great game. It's basically a Kari Warrior. Great game.
Mm-hmm.
But I went up to the counter, I looked at it, and the game already at that point had a price tag on it. I think at that time it was like $30 or $40. It was $5.95.
No
and
kidding.
I went up to the counter, and I was just like, and the guy was like, "You sure you want to get this, man?" And I was like, "Yeah." Like, "Are you sure? You sure?" And so I'm thinking to myself, I'm wondering if this guy is asking me like because of, it's just a weird kind of outlandish sort
Purchase?
of game. So or maybe he knows that price is something, that price
Low.
is wrong, and I just caught him slipping. So I tested him a little bit. I was just like, yeah. It's like, have you heard of it? It's like, oh yeah. And then I was like, well, what'd you think of it? It's like, oh, that was kind of fun. It's like, what'd you think of the action? It's like, oh, yeah, it's pretty fun. I'm like, you don't know what
Yeah.
this is.
He just think it's a weird game you're picking up, right?
Yeah. And so I mean, I got it. Now I think it's like over $100 now. Like from where that game is. It's one of those ones that's like it came out, it was out of nowhere. I love games like that.
Yeah.
Just that pop out and turn out to be just fantastic games out of nowhere. One game from last generation that was another one. I mean, it had a fair amount of hype to it, but one
Right.
that I will stand to the end as just such a fun game, even with all of its problems, was Remember Me.
Ooh, really?
And I remember like I was so hype about that game when I heard about it, and I heard about the story and the remixing memories and all that stuff, and I bought it on day one, and the people there were like, "What?" I think there was another big game that came out that day, kind of like when I got Split Second. I think there was another game that came out that day that people were there for. And was like, "Oh, you sure you're not there for this big sports game or something like that?" I'm like, "No, I want that."
Yeah. It's like
there's something about that feeling, like no, I want that. It's like, what is that? Are you sure? I think that's also one of the reasons why I became a YouTuber.
yeah.
So you could tell people about these weird, sort of offbeat games.
And it's weird because then like the few people who actually know about them, like, what are you doing telling people about it? You're gonna up the price. I'm like,
Oh Lord.
and I'm like, if the price is legitimately going up because of demand and not because of scalpers, I don't have a problem with that. I said
Yeah.
it.
I mean, well, look, it's just the more times that people make a video about a rare and obscure game, somebody's gonna catch eye on it, and then they're gonna want it. Like I'm gonna use GameSack for example,
Yeah.
because he gets that all the time, and I'm just like, leave Joe alone.
Joe and Metal Jesus both.
Yeah, it's like he gets that all the time. But he did a video on criminally overlooked games, and the first one on there was Dragon Fighter for the NES, and it
Good
was
one.
I'd seen Dragon Fighter like in stores and around, but I never gave it a second thought. I'm like, okay, I don't know what this is, but I never
Right.
thought to get it. And then I knew that it was kind of a rare one, but I didn't know that A, it was by Natsume,
Right.
and B, it's like a side scroller shmup hybrid where you turn into a dragon, and then when you turn into the dragon, the game becomes a shmup. I'm like,
That's
where has this
amazing.
game been my entire life? I need this.
You know, and or like the other thing is I literally did when after I did my Game Wave video, specifically after, that appeared as guest content on Top Hat's channel, which by the way, I'm glad that he's doing okay right now because
Yeah,
Top Hat's
yeah, I
good
was worried
people.
about him. I was worried about him for a while.
But people, I got some kind of rude emails about the prices. Like, it's not going up that much, is it? And then I finally checked eBay, and it's like it's gone up, but we're talking like complete in box consoles have gone from $15 to 50.
Okay.
So
Well,
so I mean
I
that's
mean,
that,
when you
that
go,
that's like a more than double increase, but like that's still $50 for a complete in box console.
yeah, which you're really not gonna find that with many other companies now.
Yeah. I'm
Not for
like,
50
it's gone from virtually worthless to like, okay, you're not better off just using it as a doorstop.
bucks. It's so strange. I had to think of you when I saw it at Let's Play Retro Gaming Expo last year,
Yeah,
or Let's Play Gaming Expo. I should have bought it.
it's so weird. It's such a weird system. And what I don't get is why isn't there a proper single player mode in any of the games for it? They all
Yeah,
require you to have people like playing with you.
everything was couch multiplayer.
Yeah, which I mean, I guess that it's fun with friends, but like at the same time it's like I don't know, because someone actually made a comment on my doc recently and it made me realize something that I hadn't really thought of.
Hmm.
Why didn't they just make a bunch of these games like regular DVD games?
I know, right? That would have made more sense.
Because even Nancy one of the Nancy Drew Adventures was re-released as a DVD game, and that worked pretty decently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think they're. Well, I mean, I watched their video. They definitely didn't have their head on straight
No, I'm
when they were getting that together.
but yeah, it was what a weird console. What do you think is the weirdest thing you own, by the way? I think the Game Wave's only second to the prototype N-Gage for the weirdest thing I own.
The weirdest thing I own. I'm gonna take Sonic out of this because I have a lot of weird Sonic stuff.
Right? You ever read Sonic High School?
I'm good. I've already been exposed to more than enough bad Sonic stuff. I think the weirdest thing in my gaming collection, I'm probably gonna have to say one of them is not retro. I'm gonna take two.
All right.
Like one of them is semi current, but the other one is gonna be retro.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. That's tough. I mean, maybe my Japanese Pico. I'd
Ooh,
probably say
that's
maybe
cool.
that because and the funny thing is that this is actually my second Japanese Pico
Right.
because the first one that I got from Game Over a
Right.
while back, and it had a special carrying case and everything.
Oh, that's dope.
And then I got this one from the Asian Retro Facebook group that I'm a part of, and I think that between
So at one point you had three Picos
yes, because I had the
before I
American
took the
one.
other one.
Yeah, yeah.
Actually, on
See,
that topic, someone in the chat just asked if I have a Master System. I do. And how are you enjoying the Mark III I gave you?
dude, that Mark III is so pretty.
Yeah, I'm sorry it was kind of yellowed and stuff, but it works.
Good character.
It's
That's
got character. It's well loved. And I assure
yes.
you it was just as yellowed when I got it.
It's all good. As far as retro goes, yeah, I think that's probably the strangest thing that I could say out of my retro collection. Now, out of my current collection, I can tell
Right.
you the strangest thing that I've got is gonna be for Xbox 360. And
What is
that's
it?
my Record of Agrest War. I'm looking at it right now. For Record of Agrest War, the really naughty limited edition.
Excuse me?
Yes. Look it up because that Record of Agarest War. It's a strategy. It's a strategy RPG. It's a great game, provided you have to grind a lot, but it's a
Right.
good game. But the interesting thing about that collector's edition, and unfortunately, it is also one of the most tattered collector's editions I have because it came in this really flimsy paper box and it was
Why is
already
there an
damaged.
anime boobs mouse pad?
That's what I was getting to. This is what's one of the things that comes with it. It's a pillowcase and an anime boobs mouse pad. Now, for anybody that either buys games from Nippon Ichi or familiar with Dead or Alive or anything like that, that's normal. But for something like that to hit the U.S. like that, especially, I think that was what 2004,
Yeah.
2005, something around there. That was way ahead of its time. Dare I
Yeah.
say it? But the game's good. But yeah, when I would say, because I know somebody will probably ask me like, how much shame did you have walking in and buying that? I'm not gonna lie, because I'm in the anime. I ain't have
Yeah.
any shame. I went in there and I was just like, okay, I'm getting this. And they're like, what the stuff is that?
Yeah, it's like, what is that thing?
The game stopped managing when I picked it up. It's like, what is that?
I feel bad because, all right, I have a very similar story. Uh, and you actually were part of this one. Dead or Alive, Peach Beach Splash on PS4.
Yes.
So EB Games
Yeah,
has this really big problem up here, where you know how like GameStop after a while they phase stuff that's more than a decade old out of their systems.
yes.
EB in Canada is worse because if a game doesn't sell a certain amount, they will just completely remove it from their systems.
Mm. So they don't even clearance it. They just pull it
They
out.
just, I mean, they might put it on clearance, or they'll still sell it at the store. You just won't be able to search for it online anymore. And it is the
Oh,
dumbest shit I've ever
yeah.
seen a company do. Besides trying to
It,
make the employees come in on release date for Animal Crossing and Doom, despite the things, I'm very proud of the employees at my local EB for walking out.
See, I feel bad now for picking up my Animal Crossing.
But what happened was, so I went in right after because I was like, you know what? I'm going to go. I was at Hillside Mall. I'm like, I'm going to go to EB because I just had lunch and I want to walk around a bit, you know? There's a really good
Yeah.
Vietnamese place there. So, I'd gotten some good Vietnamese food and I
There
was
you
going to
go.
walk it off. So I went in and I see they have a display copy of Peach Beach Splash on PS4, right? But I'm like, hey, do you have like some non-display copies? Like, let's look. And they check their systems and are like, oh no, this one isn't even in our systems anymore. Just the one that came after that. Let's go check the
Right.
back. So it was marked down to, I think it was like $10, 10 or 15
Awesome.
bucks. Do you remember? I think it was 15 maybe.
Maybe for you, I don't think it ever got that cheap here in America.
I was
I think it's
15
under like
here.
25.
So I'm like, I definitely want one for myself. It's like, okay, so we have this stuff that goes in the display box plus two sealed versions. So what I did was I bought one for me, and then I was like, you know what? I'm going to message G because he probably wants this.
Oh
I
yeah.
messaged you, and I also messaged Colin because I had two. Colin didn't want one, but you did. And so I went back the next day and bought it, and like, oh, that's our last copy. I was like, what happened to the other one? And then just the manager who's there the day before just looks sheepishly at us, and she's like, yeah, she's like, I didn't know when I'd ever find one of these again, so I just bought it.
Nice. There you go. I don't know. Bless, of everything of my wife and all the weird idiosyncrasies that she has to put up with, and just the fact that she loves anime more than I do.
Yeah,
So I don't feel bad playing something like Peach Beach Splash.
yeah, exactly. You know what? Anime weirdness, like, I feel like it's good to have a relationship built off of that. Elliot, if you're watching, you still owe me a Dead or Alive Extreme 3 date night.
Oh, DOA 3.
I mean, to be fair, this is gonna probably get us demonetized, but I don't care. We literally did a Minecraft date yesterday where we built a giant cobblestone. No, it wasn't even cobblestone. We built a giant obsidian penis in the sky.
Oh god.
It's great. It even has lava coming out the tip.
Wow. Brilliant.
And a few people just left at that.
No,
But it's
hey, you
true.
know what? My best buddy Sam. He's like, yeah, that's the best. I live for this anime trash.
I live for this. I mean, let me tell you, I love I love all sorts of anime games. You know, I love that stuff like Mega Man, Call of Duty, King of the Hill for DOS. Such great anime games. There actually
Yes.
was a King of the Hill PC game, but it was trash and not the fun kind.
Aw.
Elliot says hashtag jiggle physics. Yeah! Can we get a hashtag jiggle physics in the chat?
Let's do it. Come on, guys. Hashtag jiggle physics.
Also, don't forget to share out the stream and stuff, though.
And
Corey-
leave a like if you're having a good time.
Yeah, I know tonight's not going to be... I think I might do an Animal Crossing stream next week if I'm not feeling burnt, but this has just been such a chill stream.
Yeah.
But I actually have my DS games right here. And, like, Colin got me a gift for my birthday. That was the first year I was living in Canada. And he bought me a sealed DS game. It's not sealed now. But he did buy me Cory in the House for Nintendo.
Oh.
You want to talk about a really good anime game? Cory in the House for Nintendo DS. Love you, Colin. If you're watching.
Greatest anime game ever.
It's so good. You know, it almost makes Washington, D.C. feel like it's a real place.
But so magical, though. How can it be real?
How can it be real?
Lord. I always remember, like, when on Saturday mornings, like, when I would watch Kim Possible, because
Yeah.
I'm an unabashed, huge Kim Possible fan. And then Cory in the House would come on. I'm like, what is this?
What is this? What is this shit?
What is this weird anime that's on my screen right now? And then Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. I'd switch the channel. Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds would be on.
Yeah. I
Well,
miss
maybe not 5Ds, but some
GX.
GX. Whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yu-Gi-Oh's pretty good.
Oh no, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! Makes my brain hurt. But I respect it.
It really makes you think about how it is, in fact, time to duel. Actually,
you got a whole
speaking...
sector of your island now, so
I
you
do.
definitely would know.
Actually, speaking of Yu-Gi-Oh, you probably remember this, but Deerbrook Mall, back in like the early 2000s, I don't know if it was still as dangerous as it is today, but I thought it was pretty awesome. Because my grandma had like a nice big house near there.
Oh, what? Just like the Deerbrook Mall area?
Oh no, just Deerbrook Mall itself.
Oh,
Do you,
man, dude, I haven't been in Deerbrook
because
Mall.
there was a pottery place in there, if you remember? Did you ever go to Flipper's Arcade? I think that's what it's called.
I don't remember Flippers. I know Tilt, but
Oh, Tilt, that's what it was. Tilt. What was Flip?
Oh, okay.
Oh, Flippers was the place in Calgary Airport. Never mind. But Tilt. The Tilt Arcade.
Oh, dude, I main that Tilt, like, because the funny thing is that I used to work at the Best Buy right across the road from there. And you know what they had in that Tilt? They had a DDR machine. So, like, if I worked an early shift at Best Buy, I would just go right across in my Best Buy uniform and play DDR. And I remember one time specifically, I was playing doubles, and my pants ripped while I was playing.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
But, yeah, what Tilt, because what happened is, like, let's say grandma wanted to get her hair done, but, like, she was a great grandma, but let's say she didn't want us to, like, be, like, annoying her or whatever, like, whether it be me or my cousins or whatever. You give a kid $20 and just set them loose in Tilt.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I once hit the jackpot on one of the machines, and they had to have staff come over and check to make sure I didn't cheat because it was spewing out so much stuff. It was great. I got like a massive stuffed dragon, and I don't know what happened to it.
Nice. I can never have good luck with those things. I never really. I was just like, hey, I'm just here for the music games and the beat 'em ups.
Yeah. Oh, the beat 'em ups were great. If I remember right, they had a
And
final
the
fight,
occasional-
didn't they?
Huh? I think they did.
Yeah. I think it's where my love of Final Fight began. And then I think they had a Daytona machine as well. I'm pretty sure they did.
That's what I was just about to say. In between rounds of Daytona USA.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, that's between that arcade and of course the Wilson Road Bowl arcade. That's where I played so much with my dad. Because
Yeah.
you go to the bowling league and they had like all the Sega arcade cabinets there. So I think that's where my love for Sega really began. Was there.
But
It had Outrun, it had Afterburner, it had Space Harrier, it had Altered Beast, it had everything. They
but
must have had a contract with them.
how this relates to Yu-Gi-Oh as well though is Deerbrook Mall. If you remember, not where 3D Games is now, but do you remember their small location that used to be on the second floor? Get there
Oh yeah, like right by the
before.
escalator.
Yeah, before that was a 3D Games. That was actually on a really awesome comic shop. Because during my Yu-Gi-Oh phase, what would happen is that, I became kind of I wasn't great at the card game, even though I played a bit. But I was kind of like a trade dealer at school because I was up
Yeah.
in near the woodlands. But then I'd go every Saturday and see my grandma, and what would happen is she would take me to the mall, and then I'd take cards and I'd trade them for like expensive singles there. That's how I
There you
got
go.
like all the god cards and all like the ancient beasts when GX was out. And then
Nice.
when by the time 5Ds had come around, I was out of my Yu-Gi-Oh phase, but it was
Nice. There
it
you go.
was it was crazy. It was amazing. Uh I missed that comic shop. It was great.
That was that was DNA Comics, right?
Yeah, that's the place. DNA Comics.
They're still there. I mean, well, they're not in the mall, but they have their own. They have their actual own standalone location now.
Oh, that's actually really awesome. I've thought that they just went out of business and got replaced with 3D games. And then that 3D games was pretty cool when they opened because I remember I spent like $40 and I got a Dreamcast and Shenmue.
Yeah, but they went downhill fast.
Really?
Like 3D games was they were good when they first started. They don't exist anymore either. But
Oh.
they were good when they first started. But yeah, after a while their pricing started
Did
getting
they go
nuts.
out?
I think the one I know the Deerbrook one is dead because we went there or I went there like 2 days before they closed and got like a bunch of stuff for like
To be
50% off,
fair,
including
Deerbrook
a
Mall
Pokemon
nowadays
game.
is basically dead.
Yeah. Which included I bought for Jenny, which we're gonna hang up now in the other room, this light up Pokemon trading card game display for the 20th anniversary.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Um I think the one in Almeida Mall still be open, but there's no way in hell I'm gonna like
No.
ever. So
You know what I really did not expect to be great though, because the one I think was at Memorial City wasn't great. Game World in the Woodlands.
oh, Game World. Yeah, Game World sucks.
Well, the Memorial one does, but the Woodlands one is kind of cool.
Oh wait, yeah, you're right. You took me there. You took me
Yeah,
there last
yeah, we
year.
went to that one.
Okay, yeah, yeah, they were okay. They
Yeah,
were
I'm
okay.
like, I don't. I mean, yeah, I'm like, as to the Memorial one, I don't know what's up with that one, but the Woodlands one is great. Like, yeah, the Switch games are being sold at like retail price, but that's still a good price since you're not paying for shipping when you want to buy like Japanese import Switch games, right?
Yeah, true that.
I kind of want to go back next time I'm down there and just see if they have the Capcom Belt Action Collection physical still.
Nice.
Well, because I mean, I'm like $30 ain't bad for that, yeah.
Mm-mm. No, for 30? No, that's not
No.
bad at all. I think they're. I could have sworn that they were higher than that on Play Asia. I
Oh,
thought they
good.
were, or
Because
maybe not. 30 is pretty good.
yeah, because at that point I'm like, at that point I have the physical and it's a Japanese physical, so I might as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. And actually they apparently they were doing well because the last time I was down there, which was early March for a funeral, unfortunately, but they actually had moved from the location they were at in December to a bigger location across from the Disney store.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
That's good. So that way they'll get even better exposure over there. Awesome.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
real cool because it's like a corner section and like the entire facade of the store is just glass.
Now, if only they could just spruce up the Willowbrook location, and things will be good.
Yeah.
That Willowbrook one, no, 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 no. But at the same time, though, I might actually show up there a lot more often once round one opens up. But who knows?
What's
when.
round one gonna be? I've heard you mention a
When?
few. No, I said what is round one?
Imagine Dave and Buster's, but for weebs.
I'm down. I'm
That's
game.
probably the best way to explain it. It's almost nothing but Japanese music games. I mean,
Yeah.
it's got like your racing games, it's got your fighting games,
Right.
but they have bowling alley, and then the ticketing, like the ticket games and the ticketing area, like they've got all of that. But yeah, it's since it's so Japanese themed. In fact, I think
Yeah.
it's partially owned by Konami. If I'm
Oh,
not
that's
mistaken, I
dope.
think it is. Which explains why they have all the music games. Every time we go to Arlington, like up until Dallas, I
Right.
always have to try to go to round one at least once, mainly for their music games, because they have Dance Rush, which I love to death, and then they
Ooh.
have the newest Beatmania 2DX, which I also love to death. So I'm just like, I just $50. Let's do this. I'm here
Yeah.
for the weekend.
Well, and just there's something to be said for a good arcade. I miss being able to pop by Quasars up here just for like an hour. Cause like, you get $10 worth of gameplay that lasts you what, at least an hour or so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what's cool now is that, well, again, we'll have to see. See, and you want to know what? And I don't, because and I know Sam's in the chat, so I'm sure he's gonna triple
Yeah.
S. I'm sure he can chime in on this. But recently we went up for we went up to Arlington for Retrofest for a little small swap meet.
Right.
The free play Arlington arcade just got a Sega Sonic the arcade game in,
Oh,
and I was just like, holy crap, we
what?
have to go play this. Yes,
That
and
is
it's in
okay.
perfect condition. And I was like, I want to take you home. And I finally, I need to make the video because Sam recorded me doing the whole thing, and I need to make this video for like, because for the first time ever, I got the good ending. Like I was just on a roll, and I got the good ending. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
it's just like it's something that had been burning in my soul since high school.
And you finally got to play it.
And I finally, well, not only did I get to play it, I got the good ending.
Oh, even
Because
better.
I couldn't even get the good ending while playing on emulator. I couldn't even
Right.
get the good ending. So I finally got it. I was just like, and then Sam got to play it for the first time. The only downside is just that it's a single player version of the cabinet only, so there
Right.
wasn't multiple.
But
But
still,
I'm just like, man. But here's the thing: it's like, but now with everything that's going on, and arcades like that are struggling right now. So like, I'm worried for that and the game preserve.
Yeah. Oh, Game
I know
Preserve
we're
was
supposed to be
good.
getting Bishop Cidercade. We were supposed to be getting that this year. I don't know what's happening with all that, but I know that free play is like slowly starting to sell some of their arcades. I left my business card and I talked with them while we were in Arlington. It's like, if you guys ever decide to sell that Sega Sonic arcade game, please let me know. I will take out an effing loan to buy this thing.
Right.
You don't know how badly I want this in my life.
And
It's
just
like, how badly do you want this in my life? You don't know how badly
you
I want
need
this in
it.
my life.
You need it.
You know?
Just so we can do a video on it.
Yes. But yeah, it was wonderful, and that's why I'm hoping that we'll make through this okay, and then we'll be able to get more arcades like that to come through
I
because
hope
it's
so.
great. You pay 10, $15. I think it was only like $8 if I'm not
Right.
mistaken. You go in and then you just play all the games you want, have beer, have some pizza, just chill with everybody. Oh, there was a baby Pac-Man machine there too,
Ooh.
which that was
Ooh.
crazy. They had a baby Pac-Man. They had the original
I
version.
feel you on that, Sam.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like I have the original version of Tapper,
Right.
Midway's Tapper.
Yeah,
But
like
they had
the
the
actual
original
beer
Budweiser
version.
Yeah, they had
Yeah.
that. They had the Sega multi-system, which I had never seen before.
Ooh.
Basically their answer to the Play Choice 10.
Yeah.
I've never seen one of those in person before. And I was just like, this is awesome. What was the first game I played on it? Freaking Shadow Dancer.
Because why not?
Yes, I love Shadow Dancer. I love that game so much.
And then just I don't know, like it's weird to see how the Houston game scene has gotten so weird in the past year as well, and I think that's fair to say because I feel like a lot of shops down there have started to go out of business, but there's more
Yep.
arcades as well.
Yeah, it's strange. I think it's. And I want to say, if I can make a prediction, I want to say it's that maybe within the Houston scene specifically, I can't speak for everywhere else. Maybe it's becoming less about the collecting and more about the social aspect of it, which I am all for.
Same here.
It's like I would love to have it be like that. That's why I was saying for Houston Retro Gamers, once all this stuff is done, we need to organize like a night at the Game Preserve, like team up with them or something like that. But like I said, who knows once this happens? But I think it's a pretty fair prediction. That I think that's really where it's going. Where it's becoming, but also pricing has a lot to do with it too.
Right.
So pricing's starting to get ridiculous, but now people are playing.
I think it's kind of a cultural shift with it as well, and I think not to toot our own horn, at all, but I think YouTube is partially to thank for that.
Yeah, I
where
could say that. Although the collectors want to throw crap at us, but hey,
yeah. But I think there's more to just collecting at this point. I think most people, let's be honest, half the fun of playing games is being able to talk about them as well.
yeah, yep, absolutely.
The same goes with film. Like, you ever see a particularly great or even a particularly terrible film, and it's like, okay, I want to just talk about this with someone. Games are the
Yeah,
same way, except games can take a while, and as such, you can talk about, your adventure, whatever, over time.
yeah,
Yeah. I don't know. That's how I feel, especially since this happened, because I'm like, you know what? I'm really happy with everything I own, but like, I miss being able to like go out for wings every week and just talk about, whatever weird and retro crap's been I've been finding interesting lately with friends.
yeah.
Speaking of which, we were talking about off topic. We were talking about Saramawa earlier. He just went live.
Oh, there you go. Oh, and I'm right there with Sam too, because he's just like, I guess I know one of the big arcade games is. I guess that's a good question for everybody here, for you and me. Is just really like, what are your dream arcade cabinets?
Dream
I know
arcade.
Spider-Man the arcade game is one that he wants for sure. Of course, Sega Sonic is one for me. But aside from Sega Sonic, I think my dream arcade cabinet that I would love to own
Mm-hmm.
is probably Outrun 2 SP. That's probably one of the ones I would love to have. I told you about that, the Outrun 2
Right.
SP that's at Katie Mills Mall,
Yeah.
where it's basically an 8-player setup.
Oh, that's
And
amazing.
it's 2-player co-op. It's freaking amazing.
So almost like an Outrunners type thing with how they set it
Yes.
up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Outrunners.
So good. They have that at the Game Preserve as well. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I love it. They've had that one. That was one of the first ones they had because I remember playing the hell out of that in high school.
But I guess really, as long as it's not Turbo Outrun, it's like I guess really like any sort of iteration of Outrun, like I still would love to have.
I mean, Turbo
in my
wasn't
house.
bad. It wasn't great, but it wasn't.
It wasn't great though. The home version's awful. But
Yeah.
At least the arcade game, it was okay. But Outrunners in the arcade was fantastic. The Genesis version's all hits.
Yeah.
Not.
Well,
But I need some Outrun, some Outrun, some shape or form, and I think um, if I had to pick something else out,
if I could have
Genesis
any
machine.
one arcade machine, it'd be one of two choices because those things require some TLC, right? So I'd only want one. I'd either want some sort of pinball machine, most likely Twilight Zone, because that's one of my favorites.
Mm-hmm.
Or if it could only be an arcade machine, I'd want to get a Maximum Tune 5 machine.
Nice. Oh, that would be great.
Because like as good as Outrun is,
Oh my
Maximum
God.
Tune has never gotten a console port.
I just realized, like, you know what? I'm talking about Dream Arcade cabinets, and I don't even think to mention DDR. What the hell is wrong with me?
But like,
I'm off tonight, y'all.
but like, and the craziest thing with Maximum Tune 5 is like it finally released in the West last year, and there's a fairly local supplier, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, ooh, if I had the space and money for this, it'd be great. Especially since you can buy the 2-car setup,
Yeah.
And just the soundtrack is so good. If you're in the chat, you need to listen to the Maximum Tune soundtrack because
You like Eurobeat? If you like Eurobeat, you need to get on this.
so and it's all by Yuzo Koshiro, right? So imagine if the guy who did the Streets of Rage soundtrack did the Initial D soundtrack, and that's
Yeah.
Maximum Tune.
That's Maximum Tune.
And I say 5 specifically because it's basically just a best of soundtrack.
Oh yeah. I remember
Yeah.
always playing the Initial D and One Gun Midnight game. I remember always playing those in main event.
Yeah. Also,
Oh,
Sam asks, which DDR?
He would ask me that. I would probably say either Extreme, Supernova 2, or A. If I had to pick one of those three, because every DDR
Right.
has different songs on it, but some of them actually have chronicled songs from the past that are on it.
Ooh.
Part of me wants to pick DDR A just because it has the biggest song list. It's the newest one. It has the beautiful HD display and all that stuff. But good lord, do I hate the grading system on that? I really
Right.
do. So I'm just like, screw your 15-star songs. I'm just go back to Extreme and Supernova 2.
Right.
I think the answer, if I had to pick one, just because of nostalgia's sake, I think I'm gonna have to go with Extreme.
Extreme. That's a good
I
choice.
think, yeah,
I'm honestly there's so many great arcade titles out there, and so many of them haven't gotten proper console ports, right? Like
yep,
even now, which is kind of crazy.
like Spider-Man.
Like Spider-Man.
You know, you can thank LJN for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they blocked that game from coming home. So even though Sega had the Spider-Man license, by the time the Spider-Man arcade game came out, they had lost the license to LJN.
Triple S Sam says, I'd go with a 20th anniversary since it's not just the latest of a majority of the songs from the series, but also has Toho and Vocaloid music. Oh,
True
that's a
that.
good
It
pick.
definitely does.
Yeah.
But that grading system can go to hell. It really can. I'm like 15 star songs and like 12-star songs that are really 7-star songs. I'm like, what?
what is
I'm
this?
sorry. I'm gonna be an old fart.
What B?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be an old fart. Just give me my 10 max. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, you're right. I mean, there are so many other games, and like perfect example. Going back to Sega, Golden Axe, or Revenge of Death Adder.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that game never came home, and for the first time ever, thanks to Arcade One Up, it's finally coming home. And once that arcade is able to be pre-ordered, I am pre-ordering it immediately.
That's probably the one arcade one up I definitely do actually want, just because it is.
Yep.
Like, but because like
full price for that one.
It's like with the Final Fight one. It's like, oh, that's cool. I'm like, oh, but why pay $300 when I could just play the CD version?
Yep.
Even if it does come with Strider, it's like, okay.
And another thing that people are sleeping on about that arcade cabinet is that it also has the arcade version of Wrestle War, which has also never come home. I'm like, okay. The original arcade Golden Axe, the original arcade Altered Beast, and the original arcade Shinobi. It's amazing.
Here, let's. I'm pulling this up now. What games are coming on this? Okay, can we?
On what?
On
Arcade One Up?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's those I just mentioned. It's Revenge of Death Adder, the original Golden Axe, Wrestle War, Shinobi, and Altered Beast.
Ooh, and Shinobi.
Yep.
Okay.
It's a 4-player cabinet too.
And how much that one? Is that one going to be 300 new as well? Because that's actually not bad.
I think that one's going to be $4.99.
Oh fuck no.
It's either going to be $4.99 or no, I think it's $3.99. I'm sorry. The only one that's $4.99 is Star Wars, and that's because of the yoke controller.
Which means it's going to be like $6.99 up here, right?
Yeah. Sorry.
Oof.
Yeah, big oof. Can we get a hashtag oof?
Yeah, I'll drop a hashtag oof in my own chat.
Oof. Yeah,
oof.
That's a big oof. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna get that one.
I mean,
and the other one, I want the NBA Jam one too.
NBA Jams.
I would love that game at home.
My big thing is that, as I said, I'm looking into moving house soon, and even with that, I'm like, how much? My car moves so fast, my spoiler broke off. Now that's a big oof.
Oh yeah, that deserves a hashtag oof.
Yeah, I'll drop another oof for that.
Were you channeling your one gun midnight?
You need that maximum Dorito.
Gonna get you, space boy.
Have you ever seen the video where it's they just put Initial D music over that guy in Russia who drove his car through an airport?
No, I guess I need to see that.
Like, it's just a police chase, and then he just veers into an airport and just drives through the airport lobby.
Why? Oh, people are crazy.
Those crazy Russians. Those wacky folks over there.
I still have Sonic movie stuff that's stuck in Russia right now. I wish I could have it, but I can't get stuff.
As I said, you're welcome to have them just ship it to me, and I'll hold it. You're still holding that N-Gage for me, not the N-Gage that Gizmondo. Huh?
Yeah. Oh no, those plushies, that's in Germany. The
Russian
stuff is already on its way. It's just stuck in customs.
Oh, that's fair.
But I think it did finally leave customs though. But yeah, those are in Germany. What James is talking about is I actually found, for the Sonic fans that are in here, I actually found somebody who's selling the extremely rare PCO Sonic movie plushies. They were only in Thailand and Russia, I believe.
Huh.
I think that's where they were. and they're super rare. Go check out Bad Nick Mechanic. He did a whole video on it, and that's how I found out. And I luckily found somebody on Facebook that was selling them in Germany. And the funny thing is that I started talking to her about it just to negotiate and make a deal. Because at first, they're like, well, maybe you want to trade. It's like, because I know these things are rare. So I might have something in my collection that I don't mind parting with to trade for. And I sent her a picture of my collection in the space that it was, because now it's moved.
Right.
And then she replies after that, she's like, wait, are you G to the next level? I was like, yes. I took a picture of me in front of it. It's like, mind the beard and the scruff right now. She's like, oh my god, I love your channel. And now we've become friends.
Oh, well, that's nice. So, but yeah, I'm eagerly awaiting it. Wouldn't be the first time I've got stuff from Germany. If I move the camera slightly, you can see that I have that box over there that has an Amiga monitor in it.
Nice.
Still need to do a video on that, which involves me pretty much just completely moving around the Amiga setup. It's a thing. It is. I'm out of space.
You don't need to tell me about running out of space. I'm so glad that we did what we did now, because now I actually have space to do stuff.
It's the one thing I'm most looking forward to is like when we move house, I want something that has like a garage or something, because as is right now, I have to like move the lights to properly move around and get to those shelves over there. It's like I don't think this was intended to be a studio.
Well, that's what happens in my craft room.
Right.
When we moved in, like, it initially was just going to be for like Jenny to do her crafts and whatnot, and I was just like, I don't really care like what you can do with it. And then I started making YouTube videos, and then we got a corner desk inherited to us, and now I basically, so not only is that corner desk, now that whole area has become my studio for editing, but now it's also my work from home space. So I'm now in there pretty much, I don't know, 60 to 80 hours a week now. So, yep.
It's like, I don't know, man. I at the same time, I'm like, I'm just glad I'm getting done with all the promised videos, right?
I still have a long way to go. You'll see a Patreon update from me. But
yeah.
Basically, you'll see how I feel bad, man. That's one of the reasons why I was kind of nervous about opening up the Patreon. But like everybody was like, "Oh, you should do it." It's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I still have some promises that I still need to finish. So one of the biggest reasons why I have to get this Sonic 06 video out is because there's continuity in this video. There's another video that's in my pipeline that I can't do
until you do this one.
This one's out. Yeah. So, and this one's taking a while because there's a lot of editing in it. So, but hey, you know, I'm making the best of the time.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that, you know, at least until I'm, you know, waiting for the my visa stuff to finish up.
Right.
You know, I'm going to just keep doing YouTubing, you know, as my main thing. So at least for another month, probably, right?
Yeah.
But I'm like, so I only have 4 more left. The putt-putt video, which should be out tomorrow. I have the Dreamcast guide, which, Sam, I'm still waiting on your thing for that.
All out.
And, let's see. I have a video I have that video I'm doing on that Amiga monitor, which I finally need to do. It's just a matter of moving all that stuff around. Because I promised both that I'd do an Amiga video again, and also promised Frank that I'd do a video for that, since, you know, he didn't charge me anything for that monitor, right? He sent me all my Amiga stuff, and that was crazy generous of him. From Germany.
Nice.
And then I promised...
What games did he send you? Did he send you any games?
Did he send me games? Alright, you ready? Oh, and I'm also doing a video on the Wappy Dog for the DS.
Nice. Does that say, well, finish what videos you're working on and then show me?
Yeah, no, those are the only 4 I have, because... I don't know, like, cool. What if I want to do, like, a 3DS guide or something, but I want to be a little spontaneous. So along with, like...
Should you buy an Amiga in 2020?
So, along with, like, the Ghosts and Goblins and that Frontier box I showed off, or I didn't show it off, but I have one that's, like, the same size as the Sylphid. I have this box that was meant for a 12-piece dinnerware set. And... it is just filled up with floppy disks.
Oh, jeez.
I mean,
Hey, Historic Nerd, how are you?
how you doing, historic nerd? How you doing?
I hope
Since
he sent you Rise of the Robots. I hope
he
he did
should have.
not.
I mean, I actually do have. The thing is that most of these are copied floppies, of course. So depending on who you ask, I have like less than 10 Amiga games, or I have literally hundreds. Um, but like the highlights of the collection, I keep separated in this actual. Here, let's go through all this. I need to dust it, but that's why I keep the discs in here, right? Keep them from. Let's see. I have a couple loose Famicom Disk System games. I have Sonic for Amiga.
Oh, yeah, you told me about that.
I finally, actually, the guy who worked on that actually commented, and I found out what it was for.
Yeah.
There was a 4-part, like, Rise of Robots is like the ring. You need to share the suffering. Oh no. Oh no.
You know, the sad thing is that I have one of the worst versions of that game. I have the Mega Drive.
You have the Mega Drive version.
Yeah,
Do
I
you
have the
enjoy
Mega Drive
pain?
version, and I also have the sequel on Saturn. So.
But
yeah.
what happened with this one is, so this was it was a 4-part soundtrack that was released, or like 4-part like album that was released on floppy disk. And this was just something that was, this is just disc 4 of that, and it was just a little bonus game that was included as like a thank you for anyone who'd got the disc, and so it was just distributed via like demo scene channels.
Nice.
CDI version has to be the worst.
You know, I've heard that. I have heard many people say the CDI version of Rise. I don't know, man. The Game Gear version.
So here's
Because
one y'all
someone
probably
in
know
their
about.
right mind thought it would be a good idea to make a Game Gear version of it.
On copied floppy, Guyana Sisters.
Yeah, sisters.
Yeah,
Real clone to the end.
state of the art demo.
Made the new Guyana Sisters game. They're making Bugsy games now.
Yeah, I feel bad about that because New Guyana Sisters was actually pretty good. Not gonna lie.
I heard that. I heard that the last Bugsy game actually wasn't bad though.
I mean, it wasn't bad, but it took like you could literally beat it in 2 hours.
So I did a whole stream like for Extra Life of Bubsy the what's it called, the Woolly Strike Back.
Yeah.
I had to stop because I was like, it's not bad, but I'm literally like falling asleep. I'm gonna play something else. And I played Splatterhouse and I died all over the place.
I'm trying to look what else is interesting here. I have SimCity. I have a game that I haven't played, but it's official and it's literally just called Dennis.
Dennis? Like the name, Dennis.
Yeah, like that's the name. It's called Dennis.
Huh.
Those crazy Germans.
It's like what? Like Dennis the Menace, maybe?
Just Dennis.
Or just Dennis, okay.
Oh, I forgot I have this. I have both SimCity Classic and 2000.
Nice.
Yeah. So many great stuff. I have that awful Blues Brothers game.
Who was mentioning Blues Brothers in the chat?
It was Sam. I have Eye of Horus, which is actually complete in box, but look at that weird packaging.
Oh, weird. Sorry, I got a little bit of a lag on my end. Oh, there it is.
Yeah. And then let's see, I have Turrican 2, Lotus Turbo Challenge, which I think is actually related to the Top Gear games on SNES.
Yes, I have Lotus 1 and 2 on Genesis. Yeah, they're very close to Top Gear. You know another N64 game that was really good? Top Gear Overdrive.
That was
another one that was very
and Top Gear Rally I remember enjoying as well.
N64 had a lot of racing games.
And then a bunch of arcade stuff, like, you know, Marble Madness.
Yeah.
I even have a fan-made port of Donkey Kong, which is actually very, very solid.
Historic Nerd says, clearly Dennis is a game about the Dennis system. From the
Honestly, I would love that. Like...
that would make that infinitely more appealing if it was.
Yeah, legit. Like, I'd play a game about that, Dennis. As you can tell by me having to move my hard drives around, I need to do a bit of organizing on the Amiga desk. It's not messy. It's just that I have hard drive set up because I was busy backing stuff up. But yeah, no, I literally have this box of floppy disks, and it's just... I feel horrible having them in literal stacks like this. Like, what else in there? Speedball 2. I just want a proper way to store them, but how do you store upwards of 500 floppies?
You probably have to go to like a Goodwill or something like that to find one of those storage trays, like those old school pull-out storage trays, like they had for VHSs and whatnot. I'm pretty sure those existed for floppy disks.
Does anyone in the chat have suggestions? What I've considered doing is like maybe 3D printing a solution, but I feel like that would be a lot of filament.
Especially if you're having it grouped to keep each one like separated or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it probably would.
I mean, like I just want something that's easy to like store them in though, so I can actually just like flip through them, right?
Yeah, exactly. And you want to know what? That's also one of the reasons why I like collecting box games versus loose games, because like for loose games that don't have labels, Game Gear.
Like, it was funny though. Elliot says we could build something. Yes. I'm just not sure how we'd go about it. Maybe there's a video in that.
Probably.
Leave no answers to tie them together and make odd-looking dress shirts out of them and hang them in a closet. Paris Fashion Week 2021 be like?
You know what you could do? Make a door frame. Basically, like the entrance into one of them, you just line them with multicolored floppies and just make an entire door frame out of it.
I guess. It's so... And then you know what else is really weird about this Amiga? Frank took great care of it, though I still want to like clean it at some point. But he did an aftermarket CD drive upgrade on it, which is cool because it can play CD stuff. But I want to know, and I can't find a definitive answer, is whether that means I can play CD32 games on it or not.
Oh boy.
Because that's another rabbit hole I could go down, right? Because he's done like RAM upgrades and stuff, and I the coolest board I have on it that I want to try is I have a 386 emulator board.
C32. Are you sure it's a rabbit hole that you want to go down?
Yeah, well, because if I can play it on my existing Amiga instead of having to buy an entire system.
Well, as long as you let me play Zool, I'm cool with that.
Yeah, I'm down.
That's like the definitive version of Zool.
I was gonna say, I think I have Zool on copied floppies as well.
I mean, I have it on Genesis, but it's not the same.
Actually, since I'm showing off weird ass Amiga stuff, can I show the weirdest thing I have for Amiga? Something that if people really want me to go down the LGR route on this channel, I will. This is Microsoft Windows 3.0 Amiga Edition.
Oh, what?
And the box is a little bent, honestly.
Oh my god.
And it has, get this, not just 3.5-inch floppies, but if you want, also the 5.25-inch floppies.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
I didn't know they made Windows for Amiga. But apparently it exists. Weird and retro. And that's the question for people viewing, because what type of route should I keep going channel-wise, if I'm going to go ahead and ask?
I mean, you know my answer, James. Keep it weird and retro. I mean, I know it's like, as far as like, it's basically for me, I'm trying to focus a lot more on Sega than I have before, because I mean, that seems like that's what people want.
Yeah.
So I'm like, and plus it's not really pigeonholing these per se versus going Sonic, you know. But for somebody like you've already, because this is your 4th year on YouTube, you've already kind of made a name for yourself as doing weird and retro. You might not like blow up exponentially, even though you kind of did in the last year.
I mean, that was mostly from buying guides, admittedly.
Still, though, you found the niche.
True.
You found the niche that worked for you, and you like doing those, right?
I do, sorry. I'm trying to put the thing back, and I'm just knocking things off the desk.
No, you're good. Historic Nerd says finding a Commodore TV might be easier. The
Then,
CD TV, the Commodore CD, the Commodore CD32 or whatever it was. I
well, the
forget
thing is
the
that
redundant name.
I'm not looking for a CD32 console because I already have an Amiga.
Not true.
That with an upgraded Amiga, because I think this one's upgraded to the point where you can play AGA games, which was only meant for the Amiga 4000, even though this is just a 2000.
See, I know nothing about Amigas, so I'll definitely take your word for it.
Yes, sorry, I am just moving things around right now.
No, you're good. I'm still packing my all my games in boxes now. Just boxed by Felix the Cat for NES.
That's actually not a bad game. That's a
I really like this. This is another one that I want to do a video about sometime. And it's like it's great. I've always wanted a box copy of Felix the Cat, and
yeah.
once again, Game Over came in the clutch, and I was able to get it complete. Like awesome.
You know what?
But,
I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to just put this thing that I'm looking for a place for. No, it can go over next to Xenoblade.
Well, James, let me ask you, how many views do you have on your Game Wave?
That one I think is around 10,000 now.
10,000?
Yes. Also,
Okay,
I'll be back in a second.
that's
No better
pretty
place for this.
See, and that's kind of my point. It's just like when you're talking about just keeping things like weird and retro. If you keep doing stuff like that, maybe, and it's a real. I know it's a real shot in the dark. It's real hit or miss. It might blow up and it might be a popcorn fart.
Right.
But keeping it like that, where people expect that, I think you should just keep it that way. Keep it between like that and buying guides, and then any other strange stuff.
Yeah.
More stuff with Elliot, just saying.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm definitely going to do more with Actually, for those who follow the Pokemon channel, Elliot's going to have his first solo video on there this Thursday.
Yeah. Gotta watch it.
Yeah, it's great. But, well, it's funny because it has like about 10K on this channel, but the version on Top Hat's channel, I think, is at 30K now.
See, that's what I'm saying. People know you for that.
And what people don't realize as well is this has gone very self-centered for a bit, but YouTuber's life.
That's just what it is. I mean, what's the point of holding it in?
Yeah, but people are like, when are we getting more AOF? But my thing is, stylistically, I feel like I've kind of co-opted that into like literally everything that's going out at this point.
Yeah.
To a point where it doesn't need its own brand anymore.
Dude, I saw that in your N64 restoration video.
Yeah.
Even like little snippets of it. Like I can definitely tell. Well,
yeah.
Me and one of my biggest quandaries is like whenever I put out a new video that's not Sonic related, more than half the time I'll basically get a comment that says, "Hey, that's nice. Where's the new Sonic stuff?
Yeah.
First, where's the Sonic stuff?" I'm like, guys, I've said from the very beginning that I'm not a Sonic channel. I love Sonic.
Right.
But it's like I don't want to do just that. It's like I don't want to do just Sega, but I found that just when it comes to playing the YouTube game, so to speak,
right,
it's good to put out new content, but at the same thing, wait a sec, I have to quote Homer Simpson on this one. It's basically YouTube is kind of like his definition of a marriage. It's like it's built upon a strong foundation of routine.
Also, I was wrong about the Game Wave video. It's closer to 5K than 10K right now, but still.
That's still good. I mean, for a system that's relatively unknown.
Yeah.
You basically brought light to the world, and people enjoyed it.
Yeah, well, I'm just happy that there's stuff on it. That said, the second video I did on it, where I actually tore it down because there's literally no documentation on that, that got plagiarized by a site last year.
Right. I remember that.
Yeah, and it was weird because they literally, when I say plagiarized, I mean they literally downloaded my captions and just uploaded the text from that as an article.
Oh, dude, a couple of my early videos got like ripped off onto a French site, and I was like, "Oh, that's fun." So I had to sick YouTube on them. I was like, "Well, all right, my first plagiarized video. I feel some sort of special right now."
I'm glad YouTube's extend the copyright tools to like average creators now, because I got to be honest, I've had a few people try to like. I had this one channel that I found where they literally they cut out the intro part of my videos and just did like the no face, like just the voiceover versions, the voiceover sections. And I'm like,
Ridiculous.
but the thing is like, all right, you didn't change this at all. It's an exact content match. Going to copyright strike y'all because you're
Oh,
trying to,
absolutely.
you're re-uploading my monetized content.
Yep. Absolutely. There's no defending that.
Yeah.
It's theft. That's all
Yeah.
there is to it. But anyway.
But anyways, so going back onto like Amiga stuff and whatnot, are there any retro computers that you're into?
What was that? I missed.
I said, are there any retro computers that you're into?
Into right now?
Yeah.
None at the moment.
Any
But
you
it-
want to
ones
get
I
into?
Want to get into? ZX Spectrum.
ZX Spectrum. Yeah.
That's the one. I really, really, really want to get the ZX Spectrum next. I know it's not the real thing,
Yes.
but it's like I really want one.
Well, and it's a high quality thing they've made.
Hell of
From
a
the
lot
looks of
better
it.
than the supposed Vega.
Oh, the Vega, the thing. Didn't the guy who made that go? Isn't he going to prison now?
Something like that.
And what's with people work on PC projects going to prison today? Am I right?
I don't know.
First putt, and now this.
Mm-mm. Man, the box art for Journeys is so pretty. But yeah, I think that would probably be the first one that I would really want to dig into. I said to myself I was also really curious about the Commodore 64.
Yeah.
That's another one I never played and I never had growing up. My exposure when I grew up was, I guess I could really say my first real video game exposure was probably on the Apple IIgs.
Oh, that's a good one.
playing
That's a
games that were
great
on there.
one.
I still have it. I still have it in my garage. I don't know if it works.
If it doesn't, I would love to take a crack at it.
Okay.
Actually, there's a good reason for that as well. If I did some research once, and the first ever esport in North America, predating the Master System version, was on the 2GS.
Oh, nice.
And it's not a particularly like great translation, but it's still Ease 1 for Apple 2GS, which is cool.
That's pretty awesome. So that's real awesome.
Yeah. And it's like, it's weird. It's like, why East of all things?
Strange. Then after that, it was Atari because it was going back to playing arcade games with my dad.
Yeah.
So we got the Atari after that, and then Nintendo, and then Christmas '91, Sega Genesis, Altered Beast, Arnold Palmer's Top Golf, and Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah.
And everything changed.
Speaking of change, alright, you know what the weirdest thing I noticed? You ever feel like you remember something perfectly and then you talk with like family and stuff and it's like, oh, maybe I didn't? So, like, you ever have that feeling? Like, maybe I'm not... Like, you feel like you're remembering something perfectly and then you like talk to people who were there at the same time and it's like, oh, maybe I'm not having this 100% right. Because this is something that comes into play in tomorrow's video.
Oh, dude, yeah, a lot.
So you know how I've told the story a bunch, how the only game I ever had in the Genesis we had in the household as a kid was Sonic 1? So my sister, the last time I saw her, assured me that we had Sonic 2 as well, and I do not remember it.
Oh, see, the funny thing is that it's honestly the other way around, because my parents watch my channel.
Right, so do mine.
They love my three gaming on some proud to own series. So I love making those two. They don't.
Well,
get views,
but they look. You got to do videos for you. You know, but the way I was told to do it is, since I like to think in fours, do 3 videos for the algorithm and then 1 for you. Granted, this past month has mostly been streams for the algorithm and videos all for me. But you know, I'm getting back. But yeah, go on.
But so they watch those videos, and I tell the childhood stories. And then I'll go talk to them on the phone, or I'll go visit them, and they're like, "It's amazing how you remember all things because we can't remember any of it."
Yeah.
Except for the NBA Jam one, like they remember that vividly. Like when I competed in the Blockbuster Championship, they remember that vividly. But like the Lethal Enforcer story that I told, that brought back all the memories. And my dad was like, "Oh yeah, that's right. We were pissed at you. We thought that you like manipulated your grandma." I was like, "No, I didn't. You go blame Uncle Irvin. He did it."
And it's, you know, it's just other things as well, because it's like I'm not going to spoil like this exact one, like that I tell about Putt Putt tomorrow. I'll just start off that video. That one starts off weirdly introspectively before going to documentary portion, but like I've told the story before about my sister. She had it was the original model Game Boy, but do you remember the special clear bodied versions of the
Oh yeah.
rich like before they did the Pocket?
Oh yeah.
So
Yep.
she had one of those, and the only game I ever remember her playing on it was Tetris. And I told that story once. She's like, I like the story. She's like, but I had Mario Land as well. She's like, I spent in. She's like, I spent a good few weeks mowing lawns just so I could save up and buy that one summer. And I'm like, I did not know this. The only game I ever saw you play was Tetris. In fact, the only game she still has for it is Tetris.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know, because that was like one of the few games. Because I never had an original Game Boy growing. My first Game Boy was a Game Boy Pocket.
Right.
And my first, you know what my first Game Boy game was?
Was it a bootleg?
Nope.
Oh.
Pokemon Red.
Oh, Red. Well, that's a good choice though.
Yep, that was my first game.
Pokemania, man.
Everything before that, yeah, I had jumped in because the only portable system I had before that was Game Gear.
Which itself was great.
Yeah, if you have one that works.
Oh, okay.
I love the Game Gear. It's like, if you can get one that works.
I feel so bad because I have the blue Game Gear that was my brother-in-law's as a kid, and it's like there's no capacitor issues or anything, so I even got recapped. The screen got broken in transit.
Oh no.
And like that's not his fault or whatever, you know, that's just United Airlines not being, you know, nice with baggage.
Yeah. It's like when I went to Georgia for Sonic and Sega Fan Jam, not last year, but year before that. TSA decided to open up my bag.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that's great. And I looked inside. I was wondering because my zipper was jostled and undone. I was like, wait, what the hell? And I looked inside, and all my clothes and everything were like ravaged around. I was like, what? I mean, nothing was missing. But then I found the note that basically said, oh, yeah, we had reasons to search your bag. I was like, oh, that's lovely.
Yeah, I'm like...
Nothing got damaged. I was worried about my camera. I was like, oh, did my camera get damaged?
You see, this, whenever I fly with my camera, I always take it as my carry-on because I do not trust... Especially when I'm going to the States. Like, no, I know I dog the States a lot, but with good reason. The TSA is terrible.
Yeah. But yeah, going back to Game Boy, though, because... even though I kind of dabble, I'm not gonna say like I don't play Pokemon because like, there are times when it's almost like I vicariously play Pokemon through my wife.
You enjoy it, but you're not active.
Exactly, because the only ones that I mainly got into were Red and Blue, and Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Those are like the main two that I really played. Every other one after that, like I would buy it. And then I'd play it for maybe like a week, and then I would get distracted, and then I wouldn't go back to it.
Right.
And I just say, you know what, I'm just not going to buy Pokemon games anymore.
See you, Jude.
See you, Jude. Oh, my screen went blank.
No, it's all good.
But yeah, it's like I love Pokemon.
Yeah, it's a great series.
Yeah, it is, but it's not something that I can delve super into all the time.
Right.
But at that point in time, when I was in high school, oh yeah, I was all about it.
Well, and I feel like Pokemon is something that comes in waves for me. I know that's dangerous having. That's why I switched the. That's why when I brought back the Pokemon channel, I'm like, okay, but if I want, I can do general Nintendo stuff here, and also I have like Elliot and Trey, and apparently Rose when she has time as well, helping me with content there as well, and it's like a collaborative channel.
Yeah.
Because like I remember like the year Sun and Moon came out. Colin and I made a point because it was also the same year that like the Red and Blue 3DS ports happened. And we just played through every single game in the series again. And then I didn't touch the series again for a good 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, that happens, man.
Mm-hmm. It was a thing. You know, Pokemon. What a series. Burnout. Gotta catch 'em all.
But I do want to play. Mystery Dungeon.
Mystery Dungeon's good.
One that I've never gotten a chance to play, and I've always wanted to play it. I know we have a couple of them.
It's on Switch
now.
now.
I think we have Emperors of Time. Is that what it's called?
Explorers of Time.
Explorers of Time. Yeah, I know we have that, and we have one of the other ones. But yeah, it's something that I would like to play because But then again, me and roguelikes, man,
Uh,
it's like I'll get into it and I'll get angry and then I'll just won't touch it again.
this one though, but I mean it's that type of genre, but it's easier. No, there's definitely challenging parts, but it's not exactly a difficult game. You know, it is Pokemon at the end of the day, right?
Right, right, exactly. So I'll try it. I will
Mm.
try it at some point.
It's very charming. Very good. There's a lot to it, but it's like not difficult, if that makes sense.
Right.
So yeah. So like collecting wise, any what deals are you most proud of?
What was that? Sorry, you
I
broke
said
up.
collecting wise, what deals are you most proud of?
Well, one of them is in a lockbox right now. It's
Oh,
probably the deal that I'm most proud of. It's in an undisclosed location. Only one person on the three people. Only three people on the planet know where it is, and that is because I got it at Trader's Village here in Houston 12 years ago. They
okay.
had a stack of Saturn games on the back wall, and I asked the guy if I could take a look at those Saturn games on the back wall, and he said, "Okay, sure." And I looked through it, like, common stuff. I saw Daytona USA Champion, Circuit Champion Edition. I was like, okay, sure. And I
Hmm.
looked inside, and sure enough, there were two manuals in there. And then I looked at the disc, and it's a gray disc. And I looked at it, it says Circuit Netlink Edition. I was like, holy shit. Pardon my
Okay.
language.
No, you
I
can
was
swear on
like,
here. It's fine.
whoa. But I was trying to, I was trying to somewhat, because the guy was after. I guess like maybe he trusted me, however, because I was a repeat customer.
Right.
So he was off doing something else while I was looking through it, and I was trying to like have a poker face because I was just like, "Whoa, hold on." And so I went over to him and I asked him, and I was like, "Okay, how much is this?" And he's
Hmm.
like, "Daytona USA, eh, $5." And I was like,
Okay.
you can't see my face right now, but I was just like,
Because how
"Okay,
much is
sure."
Netlink edition? That's expensive as hell, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know how much it's going for now, but at that time it was worth like 2 grand.
There
And I
is one on eBay right now and is priced at $24,000.
and mine's like pristine, perfect. Because I immediately like I wanted to shop for other things, but
Hmm.
after I bought that and I had the other what other games did I bought like two other Saturn games. I think one was like the Crow City of Angels and like some other crap. But I bought those, immediately walked out, and Jenny was like over far off, and I was like, "What did?" And she's like, "What did you do?" I'm looking at her like,
And it's like literally in a lockbox right now, right?
huh?
And you said it's in a lockbox now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
good
because
idea.
as much as I want to have that with the rest of my collection, and I know I've told this story before, and people are like, "Well, then why don't you have your Panzer Dragoon Saga and like your other games in your box?" It's like, well, because the thing is that I actually want to play Panzer Dragoon Saga. I
Right.
can't really play Daytona USA CCE Netlink Edition. The servers are down, and it's
Hmm.
basically the same game that I have for the standard one. So what's
It's
the point?
basically just Circuit Edition, but with
It
online.
is. Yeah, it's one of the. I think what there's four standalone Netlink editions because that one was a mail order only. But
Right.
there are four other special ones. There's Virtual On, Sega Rally, and I think there's one
And
other one.
Daytona was the most sought after of them. And for good
Oh
reason.
yeah,
Daytona
oh
is
yeah.
good stuff.
Yeah, Sega Rally, Virtual On, and I think there's one more. Cause I'm looking at my Saturn collection right now. It's like I think there's one more that was in there. But yeah, that is probably the craziest good find ever. And I haven't been able to
That is
top that. The only other
amazing.
one that I can think of was at a half price books,
All
and
right.
they had in the case they had a and Sam, if you're still in the chat, he knows this story because he was there.
Right.
And it was in the case, and I looked at all the spines. They had all the Sega CD games like in a glass shelf, and
Right.
they were all spined, so you couldn't see prices. But I looked through there, and I saw like kind of hiding right in the middle. Is it the Space Adventure? I was like,
Ooh.
it was like
Ooh.
Space Adventure Cobra. And I was like, oh snap! And so I went and asked the people to open up the case, and sure enough, I opened it up, and it's like, oh please be cheap, please be cheap, please be cheap. And like, It's $49.99. Deal.
Deal.
Mine. And I had a 10% coupon on top of that. I was
And
like, yeah.
you know what
And Sam was
else?
like, I hate you.
Half price books used to be amazing, you know.
They used to be. They have severely fallen from
That
grace.
said, the best thing I ever found at half price books was not an expensive thing, but I've told you this, and it's the most ridiculous story ever. And it's the reason why I told this to my friends who run EGM up here. How you doing, Jaden? And it's why they now wipe the memory on every single Game Boy camera that comes in.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I went to a half price books near Montrose in Houston, and I can say this as someone who's an openly gay man. Montrose is the historically gay part of Houston, and it is very very gay.
Keep Montrose gay.
Keep
Hashtag keep
Montrose
Montrose
gay, but
gay.
that said, the last thing I expected to find at a half price books there was a Game Boy camera for $5, which okay, that's a good deal for a Game Boy camera.
Hmm.
So I take it home, I boot it up, and within 30 minutes I've wiped it clean because someone had done amateur porn of himself jerking off using a Game Boy camera.
Weren't you also the one that found the PSP that had a memory card full of porn on it?
Didn't wipe that one. Yeah. Oh, that was at Value Village up here for $8. It was missing the battery, but the Hannah Montana PSP is the rarest model of it, and there's no branding on it or anything. It's just a shiny purple PSP, so it looks awesome, right?
That's the one I want the most.
So my thought was, look, it's $8. If the screen's cracked, I know how to fix screens. That's easy. So what I did is I got it, I bought a third-party battery, threw it in, and it worked perfectly. But there weren't any games on it, and I was like, that's weird. Why does it say that the memory stick is full? So I looked through it and finally get to the videos, and it's just filled to the brim with porn. We tell this story in the PSP guide. But yeah, the Porn Station Portable. On one hand, I got the rarest model of PSP for $8. On the other hand, filled with porn. Why? Here I was at first, I was like, ooh, it says the memory stick's full. Maybe I'll find like some rare games downloaded on it. No, just porn.
Well, there you go. See, you got something to tell out of that.
Yeah, I mean, and whatever. I'm happy I own it. As for non NSFW gaming finds, though, the best one I ever had was actually at a Games Plus, and it was the one they used to have in the Woodlands.
Okay.
They got in a TurboGrafx once. TurboGrafx with Turbo Booster, with blazing lasers, with a controller and a turbo tap. They were selling it for $50 on a condition that since they had never had one in before, they would not accept a refund if it didn't work, even though they had tested it.
Yes, that's a deal.
That was a deal. That was an easy deal. I'm like, and the TurboGrafx stuff was already like, this wasn't like super. Oh god, well I guess it was 5 years ago at this point, but this was 2015. Like TurboGrafx stuff was still worth a good bit.
Yeah.
So
They
I'm
hadn't
like,
gotten to the prices that they're at now, but it was still pricey.
like if I remember right, blazing lasers alone is worth $50.
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, remember, the most common TurboGrafx game that's not a sports game.
Keith
is
Courage. Really?
Well, okay, not Keith Courage, because Keith Courage is a pack-in.
I was gonna say
So,
that game's like $15 whenever I see it.
Yeah, it's like aside from that and like some other random sports titles, almost anything. Okay, maybe 50 is a little egregious. I'd say 30 at minimum.
I'm looking at it. Okay, that was actually right on the money. About 60 Canadian, so right around 43 USD on average.
Blazing Lasers is amazing.
It's a great game. It is a fantastic shmup. Is that one on the mini?
Huh?
Is that one on the mini?
Yep.
Good.
Oh yeah,
should
be. The mini pretty much has like all the choice shooters.
Good.
It's got Blazing Lasers. It's got Superstar Soldier. Admittedly, I'm not a huge fan of Superstar Soldier, but they have that. They have Soldier Blade, and of course Sapphire.
That was
The
7 years ago, though. What, 2015? Historic Nerd? Oh, anyways, sorry, as you were saying.
oh, which
Also,
one?
Sam says he wants a good PC 98 collection.
Of course, you want a PC 98, Sam.
I mean, at least it's not a PCFX, am I right?
It's not far from it. It's not too far from it.
I feel bad for any of
If I
my.
find a PCFX, I'm gonna get one for you, Sam. If I ever find one.
I feel bad for any of the viewers who join just for the Animal Crossing streams coming in. It's like, what's this I hear about porn? And they're probably all immediately leaving.
Well, I mean, you want to know what though? Here's the thing. It's like, hey, you come in. Hey, that's great. You know, there's a big old thumbnail and there's a video title right there. And notice neither one of those say Animal Crossing, right?
My biggest thing is that
Okay.
I've realized that I love Animal Crossing, but I want to. Yeah, my prior comment didn't seem to show. I said, got your TG60 for 30 with 2 controllers and a turbo tap. Now that is actually excellent.
Oh,
Also, can we talk
beautiful.
about how for multiplayer the mini is actually better than the original? Two
Yes, it has
USB
two
ports
USB
built
ports.
in.
Yes, thank you. But here's the stupid thing about it. You can't buy the TurboGrafx controller separate. You can only buy the PC Engine one.
Why?
That's dumb.
The PC Engine one doesn't have the turbo switches though.
The turbo? Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. It's dumb. Yeah, that was a dumb move, Konami.
This is why we can't have nice things.
Yeah.
This and the
Well,
fact that they tried to sell Super Bomberman R at full price.
ew. Yeah. Thankfully, I got that game from Games of Gold, so I'm good.
Oh yeah, it is on Games with Gold.
Yeah, thankfully. It's not a bad game. It's just. Hey, it's better than Bomberman Act Zero, right?
True that.
I mean, at least it's better than that. God, that game's terrible.
It's awful, but I mean,
Bad. It's just bad.
That reminds me, I've
But
mentioned Epic Games and More a lot. They've been doing live streams going through their inventory right now. And if you buy anything from their live streams, they do ship.
see, and that's what I'm trying to tell. So the guys that came over,
Mm-hmm.
somebody in or one of the news stations in Austin did an interview with the owner, and he's talking about how hey, it's great that they can do curbside. Well, now after May 1st, you might be able to open up actually because Texas.
Yeah.
But it's
We hate you, Texas.
my idea is that somebody made an idea. They're just like, hey, why don't you do live streams of like new and hot stuff that you got in, and you could actually have somebody there to answer questions like live on the chat. That way, you don't have people calling you up for random stuff.
Right.
Because the majority of their money comes from foot traffic. It
Right.
comes from people buying random stuff. More than half the time when I go in their stores, I'm not looking for anything in particular,
Right.
but I'm wind up buying something.
Yeah.
So that's honestly, I'm just like, yeah, they just need to do that. I think Player One games like out in Clear Lake, I think they were doing that for a little while, at least. Like that's a great idea. So I'm glad
Yeah.
that Epic is doing that.
No, so am I. Especially since like most of the stuff I bought from them is just like literally I go in, I see Nick or Jacob working. I'm like, hey, y'all get anything weird in lately? I mean, why do you think I ended up buying stuff like Japanese Choo Choo Rocket or
Dude,
like
that's what my game over is like. They see me coming in, or they'll message me. They're like, "Hey, like this is something that's strange." It's like, or like one time when I went in there,
Historic Nerd? You're a
and
good man.
oh yeah, he is a good man.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw I was looking at what they got in. It's like, hey, did you get anything like cool in? And it's like this. They didn't know what Vib Ribbon was. It's
Right.
like in this weird PS1, like I don't know what this is. And I saw it's like, oh, that's Vib Ribbon. And it's like it's the Japanese Vib Ribbon. I was like, wait, how much is it? I'm like, $9.99. I'll take it. Nine.
Yeah. Or like the other thing is the last the promise videos is the video into Wappy Dog, right? Because Nick literally just gave that to me on the condition I did a video on it, and that was last July.
Yeah.
Oops.
No, trust me, dude. I still see, and this is one of the worst things, man. Is that whenever you get stuff like that, and then you take so long to get the video done. Like I still have a stack of pound HDMI cables that I still have to review.
Right.
I still have the Sydney Hunter game for Super NES that I still have to review. I still have the Mars thing, the Mars light gun thing that I'm dying to get into, but I still haven't gotten a chance to review that because You know,
Yeah.
January and February were like super rough, so I
Yeah.
just haven't got any of that. But I will though. It's one of the things like, hey, if you send me something, unless it's something I'm just like, no, I absolutely cannot do that, I will review it or I will stick it in the video somewhere.
That's
Link
the
to Faces
point.
of Evil. This is another one that well, this Link to Faces of Evil that's going out next month.
Yeah.
Promise, promise, I'm finally gonna get to this video.
My
But
big thing is that, I've had to stop taking channel donations because I'm out of space and I can't promise a timeline on anything.
well, you don't have to promise me a timeline. I just want a Sonic Schoolhouse video.
Okay. I won't promise I'll get one out, but I promise I'll try.
I'm just messing with you.
That said, I'm down. I'm down to honestly, like, I feel bad because I'm like, do I really want to become like a more of an LGR style thing, but with like an LGR gaming historian mix? I'm like, yeah, I think I kind of do. AOF has
Eh,
proven that.
you're not an LGR kind of guy. You're an SWP kind of guy.
True. Hey, someone recognized you in the chat. Raiji.
Hey, it's my buddy Ryan. What's up, Ryan? Speaking of people that I owe reviews to,
Yeah. Well, and it's
he,
just
he let me borrow because I said I was going to do a video ranking all of the the Sega Genesis consoles, which I also had to completely redo a part of that review because one of the pieces of hardware crapped out on me.
Oh no.
Before I could actually do capture on, so now I'm kind of stuck until I get that one replaced. But
Right.
he let me borrow a couple of At Games Sega Genesis systems,
Oh, that's horrible.
including the one. Well, one of them is really fascinating because one of them is called the Arcade Master. It's
Yeah.
a joystick.
Oh, I
It's a
had
big
that
thing
one.
oh, you had that one?
I did a review on that back in 2016.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay. See, I was gonna once the Genesis Mini came around, I was gonna rank all those, and he let me borrow those, and unfortunately, because the Flashback HD, that's the one that died on me because I had two of them,
Right.
and I gave
Didn't
one away at the Sonic event, and I knew that one worked, and it's like I gave that one away, and then the one that I had decided that once I was gonna start capturing for it, it died.
I feel bad because I feel like that's the one at game system that I had hope for.
Everybody had hope for. Now, here's the interesting story. Do you know, or did you know, there's a second version of that?
I did not.
Yeah, in 2018, they re-released it with RetroArch emulation instead. Apparently, it's a lot better. The way for you to know is that if you look on the system,
Right.
instead of how with the old one it has the At Games logo above the Sega Genesis logo and looks all janky.
Right.
In the new one, the Sega Genesis logo is in the right spot, and the At Games logo is in the bottom corner.
Right.
And there's an SD card slot on.
You know what I've really been wanting to try? That have you seen the Legends flashback one?
I have one of those. That's another one I wanted to review.
Yeah. I'm like, is it good? Is it bad? I'm curious.
The first one is terrible.
Mm-hmm.
The one that came out in 2018, that one's
Yeah.
terrible. So I had that one too. I got rid of it. I returned it to Walmart actually.
Oh shit.
So I was like, it's crap. It did not work well at all. Like none of the games worked well. The controllers were crap. I was like, no, I'm not doing a review on this. It's bad.
Right.
However, the one that came out last year is much better. I think the sad thing is that I think At Games being fired by Sega lit a fire in them because I have noticed that like their newer products, although like the Blast arcades, they're completely pointless.
Right.
But from what I heard, the emulation on them is just fine.
They're fine. I mean,
they actually work.
I don't actually mind the Blast arcades. I have a few of them because literally when I was down to States, Walmart was clearing them out for $5 each. And
$5.
for $5 for a bunch of Atari games that are fun in short bursts, why not, right? Historic Nerd says, At Games Genesis Classic is actually kind of nice when I go to army training because I am no way concerned about being crushed, but it's fun to have. And sometimes it's all you want, something that's just fun for short bursts or for a random game night, but,
Yeah, if you just need a fix. Like, I completely understand, like, if you just need a fix. Yeah, I mean, I'll, unabashedly, I'm a, what's the word? I'm kind of a snob about Genesis playback. So I'm just like, yeah, okay, snob is the wrong choice of word.
Right.
I'm going to say that I'm a connoisseur.
Connoisseur.
No, that's a bad word too.
I don't know. Here's the weird thing about me. On one hand, I love owning physical copies of games and recording from them, and I own like a PVM and stuff. On the other hand, if you see my personal setup in my bedroom, it's just everything's just connected over composite, and I really don't care if how well it is as long as I have controller extension cables that can reach the bed.
I got you.
You feel?
That being said, though, I mean that's why I always tell people too. Is like if you got the money, like if you got the money for it, and analog just makes a killer product. My
It
Mega
does.
SG, oh my goodness, I love my Mega SG.
Right.
I never and the thing is that it wasn't. It's not just about the video playback. It's more about the audio playback than I ever expected.
Right.
Just coming out from the headphones, listening to Streets of Rage 2 playback out of that versus going through my original Genesis, it sounds wonderful. It's
Right.
like wow. And then I got the Mega SD, and I'm set. I basically never have to put a Genesis cartridge in any of my systems ever,
Right.
and Sega CD. And it's like it's awesome.
Well, you
So
know
that being said, Sam, when you come by next time you come by, we'll play Space Adventure Cobra on the Mega SD. You know, play it in 1080p.
that's another reason why I'm real excited for the Polymega. It's gonna be nice being
Yeah,
able to play Sega CD games without having to get out the Tower of Power.
my two big things. I mean, like I said, the Polymega. I really want to. I'm still a little bit apprehensive on it.
Right.
I my two things are, or three things really, are going to be Saturn and Neo CD playback. Even though, like for capturing, I can get them in 480p, and it
Right.
still looks fine because of the retro tank. I have component cables for both of them from HD Retrovision, who are
Right.
awesome by the way. Um, but if the Polymega plays them well enough in 1080p, that's great. But the biggest selling point for me, I know it's stupid, but the
Mm-hmm.
biggest selling point for me is 32x. That's the
32X
biggest
is a
selling
big
point
one.
because like I would buy that module if the playback on that is in 1080p and it looks great. Then okay, you sold me. I'll buy a Polymega
I'm
because the 32x playback is supposed to happen with the Mega SD, but it hasn't happened yet.
no, but this one should
Um,
with the module.
oh, absolutely. Oh, they already confirmed that it's going to work.
The one thing that shocked me was the fact that the TurboGrafx module not only does PC Engine but Super Graphics as well.
Yeah,
That was a
well, that's
very
cool
pleasant
because
surprise.
Super Graphics. I mean, from what I gather, it's like Super Graphics emulation really isn't that much more taxing than regular Turbo Graphics. So I would
It,
have expected that. The Retro Freak did Super Graphics too.
I mean, for sure, but still just the fact that it's such a niche thing. It's like, oh, well, that's nice.
I
Elliot
like the
has a
core Super
question for
Graphics
us in
games.
the chat.
Sure.
How do we both deal with burning out, especially as we're YouTubers and there's no real divide right now between work and work?
Uh, I just I just have to basically when dealing with burning out, I just have to stop and take a break. I mean, and then there's some times when because there are times when and I have this conversation with Jenny a lot, and the fact that one of the reasons why I always feel kind of guilty whenever I'm playing something like Animal Crossing or something like new that I don't have any intentions on doing something for the channel. It's like, okay, this is time that I could be spending on editing. This time I could be on that, but then that's also time that's taking away from being with her and going and seeing friends and
Right,
whatnot. Thing is that my biggest thing with dealing with burnout is to just take a break. You
right,
know, it doesn't have to be a long break. You could take a break, and I notice what works for me is I just completely disconnect everything from my channel, and I just pick a random game out of my Genesis or something like my Mega SD, just play games, play random games that I haven't touched in forever.
right,
But not, I wouldn't want to get synced into something new, but I'm just like I'll pick a random game. Like the other day, I had a huge craving to play Shadow of the Ninja on
right,
the NES. And I was just like, I would love to do a video on it at some point. So I'm just like, you know what? Maybe I should capture it. Maybe I should. And I was like, no, just
just play it.
just play it. Just play it. Don't worry about it. you know. But that's really one of the talking about when dealing with burnout. Yeah, I think it's just really like you have to know when to take breaks. And I
Exactly.
understand like getting in a groove, and then like I was in a real good group first started the pandemic or not. God, what am I saying? When I first started getting back into the channel,
Right,
I was starting from the pandemic when we were working from home.
right,
But then I kind of hit a wall, like after a while. And yes, I have been playing Animal Crossing too. So like I said, there is that little bit of guilt. And even when Jenny's just like, well, here's the thing.
hmm
She's like, yes, you're feeling guilt, but you've been waiting for this game for 7 years.
right,
Like, you said for yourself that you were going to start playing Animal Crossing when you finished your Sonic videos. Did you finish your Sonic movie videos? It's like, yes. Okay, play Animal Crossing and shut up.
Yeah.
Which,
Well, and the other thing for me that's helped, I mean, besides the fact that I have an Elliot who's willing to listen to me bitch about my YouTube problems whenever I need to. Thank you,
yep,
love.
that's what I got to say. I love when you do burnout. Exactly.
but
Have a
but
good person to talk to.
but the thing that's helped as well is knowing your limits, and sometimes you gotta test those limits. That's why I revised my stream schedule yesterday. We aren't robots. Sometimes I want to do a spontaneous stream. Sometimes I
Yep,
don't want to stream at all. Sure, I think
yep.
doing one a week is good though, because it's at least something,
That's what I'm going to try
to
to
throw
do.
at the
That's what I'm trying to
algorithm.
do to get back. Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm like, I want to focus more time on other videos. And also, this is going to sound weird, but it's worked for me. But I've made a point of not doing videos involving the Xbox One. And I think the only video I would ever need to hook that up to a capture card for is if I did something involving Panzer Dragoon.
Okay.
Because with Game Pass and with how that is, I find myself just here and there for an hour or whatever. I just sit down and I just play random crap from Game Pass, or not even Game Pass. Lately, it's just been Pac-Man Championship Edition 2. The game was free, and I feel bad because keep telling myself I need to play more of Yakuza 0, but I could also put a few more hours into trying to get a new Pac-Man Championship Edition high score.
See, yep. And it's like, I could be playing. It's like I said to myself, okay, I'm not gonna buy. I mean, well, I can't because I don't have a working PS4 right now. But I was like, I wasn't gonna buy Near Automata because I've been wanting to play Near Automata for months, almost years now.
Right.
And then it finally showed up because it was never available physically on Xbox, and it never ever ran on sale. Like it was
Right.
hardly. I think maybe 1 week it went on sale for like $20 and I missed it. But and then it showed up on Xbox Game Pass. And I was like, oh, it's on Game Pass. Yes, I can finally play Nier Automata. Animal Crossing.
Right. You know what I finally need to play since I got it free from Sony? Journey.
Journey's good.
Mm-hmm.
It's not great, but it's good.
I mean, it's been out for a while and it looks really pretty. So I'm like, I mean, it's free, right?
Oh yeah.
How you doing,
so
Tobias?
If you're playing like for just relaxing, hey Tobias. Just for relaxing though, I actually prefer Flower.
Flower's good.
Flower is really good. I need to play Vita.
Oh, is it on Vita?
It's on different place. Yeah, wait, was it? Or am I tripping?
Let's check.
I could have sworn it was on Vita.
I like how I typed in Flower Vita and it's like, do you mean you're looking for flower vitamins? No, it is on Vita, PS3, PS4, and iOS.
Okay, that's what I thought. It's on iOS?
Yeah, it's on iOS.
Oh, snap. I may have to look into that. Hopefully it's not on Apple Arcade, because I don't have my Apple Arcade subscription anymore. But, yeah.
Yeah, I'm interesting. Cool. I didn't know it was on Vita. Did it get a physical?
Nope.
No?
No. If it got a physical, I wouldn't have hesitated to say, oh, wait, did it come out on Vita? No, because with the Vita, I almost have a full US collection. I'm still waiting on Limited Run to put out those last few games.
Right.
Still waiting. You only got 2 games left, guys. Like, come on, please, just let me finish.
Yeah.
And then whatever that Phantom free game I'm pretty sure it's Revenge of the Burger King.
Yeah.
But like whatever that free game is.
Also, someone just messaged me with since we were talking about Panzer Dragoon. But Panzer Dragoon Orta is currently only $5 from the Microsoft Store. Though it is also on Game Pass right now.
It is on Game Pass.
But also, if you just wanna own it, $5 is fine. Also, in that same message, so is Catherine right now.
Ooh, okay, yeah. I'm sorry if I yelled into the microphone. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah.
Yeah, Ryan, I feel you on that. Game Pass has been. I don't have PS Plus because I figured, the only system I actively play online with people is the Switch.
Yeah.
But Game Pass has been because the Xbox Live Ultimate doesn't just get you Game Pass. It gets you to online play, but more importantly, it also gets you games with gold.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I mean, I'm like, sure, this is essentially just Netflix for video games now.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I mean, yeah, Game Pass. That's what I tell everybody. It's like Game Pass is worth every single penny. I
Yes.
mean, unless you just don't have the time. Like if you don't have the time to play games, then yeah, it's not worth it.
Here, let's go
But
through
if you
Cheap Ass Gamer and go through Game Pass Xbox deals. You ready?
okay,
Castlevania Symphony of the Night for $5.
already got it. Who
Catherine
doesn't have
and
something to at
Pandragoon.
this point?
I mean, if you don't, you know.
Yeah, it's like it's on everything. Who doesn't have it at this point? But yeah, but if you don't, it's a good deal.
Gunvolt Chronicles for 10.
Wait, which one? Gunvolt? Oh, Gunvolt. Okay.
Yes.
Historic Nerd says that my audio is kind of quiet. Hold on, I can fix that.
Yes. Or
Um,
I can up you as well.
I'll up it. Yeah, because I'm only at like half on Discord right now. I'll up it.
And then you can get the Final Fantasy 7 and 8 remasters for $8.
Meh.
The one thing that is interesting, okay, this caught my eye. So you know Trials of Mana just came out?
Yes.
$40 via Amazon right now.
Really? Already? Oh,
Already.
dang. Oh, okay.
It's like when Team Sonic Racing came out all over again. Where literally a week
Yeah.
after launch I was in the States and got it for 30.
Dude, I had a long kind of Twitter. It was a like debate. It was. I mean, unlike yesterday, this
Right.
debate was actually a lot more civil. But
Where the
I
guy
got
just What do you mean there's bad Sonic games?
come
Also,
on now.
it's getting a
Come
little
on now.
dark. Y'all know what it's time for.
Oh man.
Gotta
Is it
bring out the
time?
pineapple.
Yeah, it's time.
It's time. It's pineapple time. Oh, maybe we'll get some
But yeah, the
pizza
Team
tonight.
Sonic Racing though. I mean, like, it's one of
Transformed
those,
was better.
especially when I do my video where I rank all of the. By the way, Historic Nerd, let me know if you can hear me better. I upped the audio. Um, it's one of those games like I feel bad for saying this because it's just like, and I'm sorry, like I hate to be the person to have to keep comparing it to All Stars Racing, but I
Right.
have to because All Stars Racing was just so good on like every single level. Really,
Right.
only one kart racing game on this entire world beats that game, and it's Mario Kart 8. Like that's the only one. Then Team Sonic Racing came out,
Mm-hmm.
and we had a good discussion yesterday. It's just like, oh yeah, it's like, well, I think it's, he thinks it was a good idea for it to go all Sonic because that's really where the focus should be. And he's like, he feels like that the Sonic characters kind of got like forgotten if they kept having all the rest of the Sega All Stars. I was like, well, hold on though. And it's like,
Yeah.
I think it's the other way around. I think that now that since you've made this racing game all about Sonic, you've
Mhm.
now pretty much have just kind of casted away all of these other legacy franchises off to the side.
Right.
And he said, well, what if Sega plans on doing things for them in the future? I'm like, ah!
They won't. The fact that we're
Yeah.
getting Streets of Rage 4 is a miracle. Also,
Yeah,
Ryan
and
asked
what-
if you won the pineapple at Dave & Buster's.
Did you?
Did you?
He's asking you.
Oh, did I win the pineapple at Dave & Buster's? I did not. I haven't been to a Dave & Buster's in years. This pineapple I got from London Drugs for $10.
Oh, there you go.
Actually, I want to go
Hey.
back because I know the pineapple's like... I feel like the pineapple's almost become part of my image at this point.
I think it has.
Yeah, but...
You know, just the sheer fact that it's still in there too.
But
Sam says
but-
you're teasing a SpongeBob video.
But there's also a flamingo lamp they had, and I really want that as well. That's done the same style as the pineapple.
Nice.
And Elliot, before you ask, why do I need this useless crap? Because it sparks joy.
Yes. If it sparks joy, you keep it. It does not spark joy.
Exactly.
So that's cool. Sam also says that both of the Castlevania collections are on sale on PS4. You know, even though I don't have a PS4, I might go ahead and just buy the Requiem collection because that one's only on PS4. And that's the one that has Run of Blood.
Triple S says, Sam says I'm teasing a SpongeBob video. Actually, that reminds me. So before I decided to just hire VoiceOver Pete to phone in my April Fool's video this year, I was going to do an April Fool's video called GameCube Hidden Gems, where I just talked about Jimmy Neutron games.
Oh Lord.
But I just didn't have the time for it because that last university semester, it wasn't rough. It was just time consuming, you know.
I forgot what I was going to That's because
Why do I play Beyblades? Because they spark joy. Exactly.
Yep. By the way, Sam, have you seen the Beyblade toys at McDonald's? Please be safe. Don't go out. But if you can get the Happy Meals delivered, they have Beyblade toys at
I,
McDonald's
I
right now.
think McDonald's is on Uber Eats up here. I'm not
Yeah, they
ordering from
are with
them
us too.
because the McDonald's in Victoria is disgusting. It is just
Mm,
rancid. It always smells like vomit in there.
fun, fun.
Hmm It was great. I
Yeah.
remember the one time I ever went there because I truly wanted to was it was before I even lived up here. I was a teenager and it was the last night of a vacation up here. And McDonald's started offering poutine in Canada only.
Cool.
So my sister
Okay.
and I decided, you know what, let's go to the gross ass Victoria McDonald's and try McDonald's poutine. We got food
And
poisoning.
of course,
Actually,
of
though,
course.
one of the kids in one of my university, I say kids like we aren't all the same age and like we're all not all in our mid 20s. But one of the folks in my university class actually worked at that McDonald's. And if you go there now, they have big, like, steel doors there. And ends up one night they were working there, and like this kind of shady looking guy came in, but he didn't think of anything. So I went, he was like, you know what, I'm just going to take a break, go to the washroom, right? And when he
Hmm.
came back, one of the front doors was missing and the shady looking guy was gone.
What?
And that's why they have these big steel doors on the gross ass Victoria McDonald's now.
Why though? Who steals a door?
It's weird because we're not exactly a city known for crime, you know?
Right.
We're like a peaceful island town. So, but then you have crap like that and it's like, eh,
Right.
you know? Who steals a door?
No, that's dumb.
I mean, I guess they, I'm pretty sure that when you're a high school student applying for a part-time job and they say it's going to open a lot of new doors for you, that's not what they have in mind.
No.
No. James, you
No.
broke the world record talking about retro gaming for 3 hours.
Yeah.
Elliot says that door sparked joy. Joy.
Hey man, you know me, man. I could talk retro for like 5 or
Same
6
here. This
hours.
has
You know
been
me.
fun, man. I mean, are you getting tired?
I'm good for now. I mean, like I
I'm doing
guess
good.
what time is it's like 8:18 for you right now, right?
Yeah, it's 8 p.m. here. It's oh god, it's
Okay, then
past 10 for you.
how about we call it like 9 for me? I
Let's
guess
call
it's
it at
11 for
9.
me.
Yeah, let's do that because
If that works, that works.
yeah. I
But
mean,
yeah,
I have so much weird and retro. Maybe I might do these like. I'm not going to give a definitive day on it, but maybe I'll do more of these and just get more folks on. This can be like a retro equivalent to the Spawncast.
dude, that'd be great.
Yeah, bring back stuff we say, but instead of being a dedicated channel, it's just a fairly occasional podcast where we talk about retro shit.
Yeah, you know me, man. I'm always down.
So, we were talking about the C64 earlier, so I guess I'll show off a gaming item I'm proud to own. Oh, that was bad.
Gimmick infringement.
Well, no, what happened was I was going to be like, you know what, I'm going to show off this thing, and then, like, a bunch of stuff on the shelf just fell over.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Ellie in the chat.
What did he say?
He said this is just date night without me and Jenny. I love you, Ellie.
Elliot, I love you. I love you, babe. But you're moving up in July. Assuming the border opens up and Trudeau doesn't ban Americans.
Sam, James is talking about Spawnwave Media.
Spawn's a good dude, by the way. Good people.
Yeah, when you talk about the Spawncast, I think Sam might have thought we were talking about like a podcast about Spawn, the comic book character.
No, but yeah, so let's talk about this thing. The Vic 20. Because this is another reason I want to get into restorations. Because the issue I mean, this thing, look at it. It's yellowed, but like, love that. It even has that grandma's house smell to it.
Nice.
But the issue is that I tested with a multimeter when I had the chance, which was very kind of my buddy since I don't have one of my own up here. The power supply doesn't work.
Oh.
And that's the only thing keeping the system from working.
But it's something that can't. Is it grafted to the system, or is it something that can't
No,
be
it's an
replaced?
external power supply. It's just a matter of buying one, right?
Oh, good.
But
good.
what made me really excited about this as well is that it didn't come with a disk drive. It came with a tape drive.
Yes.
And people were like, why are you excited about tapes? That's literally like the slowest, shittiest way to play games. To which I say, I know, right?
It is, but there's still something just cool and unique about playing a game on a cartridge. Now, I'll be honest, I've never owned a computer or any sort of way that could play a video game off a cassette. Remember, I never had a Commodore 64, I never had a Big 20 or anything like that. But there's just something just so cool about that, and I've never been able to experience it.
No, and I feel like I can. It's really interesting as well, and it's why I think European computers interest me so much. Because over here, floppies and cartridges were like the big things that became popular, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because though they were more expensive, I think it's a cultural thing, you know, like people in America and to Canada to an extent as well, we like, even if we have to pay more, we just want stuff fast.
Yeah.
What people, I feel like in Europe, especially the UK, maybe not so much anymore, seeing their current PM, but you know, they like things that were cheap and reliable. And that's why, you know, they had games on cartridges. I mean, let's be real. You know, yeah, cartridge-based games could sometimes take, 5 minutes to load up like a simple arcade game?
Oh, yeah.
But when you're paying... But when you can when you can get a new game for £1.99, but that's what, $4? You there, dude?
No, sorry, I missed the last thing you said. I think I'm cutting out on my end. Maybe I'm having internet problems.
Oh, but
What was the last thing you said?
Oh, I said, but the big thing is that the games were slow, but like you could get new titles for £1.99, which was like $4.
Jeez.
You know, like I can see why it took off over there. Games on tape.
But I'm trying to think of all the other ones that. Like any other random computers that I would love to have, I think it's really between those two. The funny thing is that I still have, because I got it from GameStop for $20.
Right.
I still have a Commodore 64 Mini, like brand new.
Oh, I love that thing.
That I haven't touched yet.
You need to. It's my favorite of the minis.
I know that you can. I know that that's the best one to play around with.
Yeah, because it's because like the thing about C64 games is most of them are abandonware at this point. So it can play ROMs out of the box, and there's no legal issues with that because yeah.
In fact, they encourage you to, like, right? Because in the manual, doesn't it say you can add your own software?
Yeah. Oh, Ryan has a good point as well. Import tax could be killer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was like that. It's like that in a lot of places. It's why in Brazil the Master System took off, because instead of selling it themselves, Sega just licensed the design to Tectoy. And Tectoy made their own Sega licensed systems.
And they are still selling in Brazil, brand new.
Exactly.
And I still want a copy of Sonic Blast for Master System.
It is garbage.
I'm paying $400 for it.
It is so garbage. I emulated it for that video I did a while back, and just because they just did a straight port of the Game Gear system to the point where they didn't even resize the title screen in special stages.
They didn't optimize it. They didn't optimize it or anything. Like it's garbage.
It is trash.
And yeah. Spoiler alert, for those who are on the stream, I guess I'll let you in on a little secret. It made the list in my next video.
Thank God.
It's freaking garbage.
Thank God.
It's garbage. But that being said, though, I still will, at some point, for my collection, get that Master System version. And I'm still waiting that hopefully OK Chief will sell me his copy.
Ooh, that I mean,
every time I see him
think,
at, like, Retropalooza, I joke around with
I know
him,
that
like,
OK Chief loves his Master System stuff, though.
I keep joking around with him. It's like, hey, So you want to sell that Sonic Blast? He's like, nah. Like, I
Nah.
can't blame you, dude.
Oof.
Just asking.
Just
Just asking.
asking. The craziest thing
It's only one of the last few Sonic games I need in my collection.
what was real tempting at Retropalooza last year? Did you see the one guy selling Virtual Fighter animation?
Selling which one?
Virtual Fighter animation?
Oh, I have that
Oh, you do?
for Master System. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there was a guy selling a copy at Retropalooza last year.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. It was expensive. I didn't even
Well,
want to
yeah.
touch that.
I mean, because there's like Brazil and the Master System, man. And it's just like I only have a couple of them. I have Virtua Fighter Animation. I have Ninja Gaiden.
Yeah.
That's one of the ones I have. I have Ninja Gaiden, which is great, by the way. Ninja Gaiden Master System.
Right.
I have that. I have Battletoads and Battle Maniacs, which is incomplete.
Right.
I mean, like the game is not finished, and they put it on the cart.
Right. Which oof, that's
I
a
have
big
Jurassic
oof for
Park.
me.
I have Ren and Stimpy, and Street Fighter 2.
Right.
Which the Street Fighter 2 is amazingly bad. I'm just like, this is technologically impressive. Too bad it plays like
Yeah,
dog.
too bad it's not fun to play. Also, while we're
Yeah.
talking about this, I'm like, since we're talking about Master System, sure I'll put the Sonic one on in the corner.
Yeah.
But like the thing is that the Master System had so many impressive games in Brazil. Impressive
did.
doesn't necessarily mean fun.
Yeah. That's absolutely right. I mean, take a look at Duke Nukem 3D on the Mega Drive.
It exists.
Quite possibly, yeah, it's real. You saw it. It's real. It exists. It quite possibly is the most technologically impressive game on the Genesis if you really think about it. Too bad it still sucks.
Too bad. Too bad no one should play it.
Yeah, and then get nightmares from the freaking worms.
That's a video you should do. 3 technically impressive games that you really shouldn't play.
Oh, totally. That's a level 10 waiting to happen. And it's like, especially ones that really like technologically impressive Genesis games that suck.
Yes.
Trust me, there's plenty. I love the Genesis, but yeah, there's a lot of dung on that system. But it's okay. That comes with all of them, except for maybe TurboGrafx.
Yeah.
TurboGrafx, not PC Engine.
I mean, TurboGrafx really. The only truly terrible game I can think of is Darkwing Duck.
Deep Blue.
Deep Blue.
Deep Blue. Sam, you know what I'm talking about. Deep Blue.
All right, so Darkwing Duck and Deep Blue. Are there any other bad TurboGrafx games?
I wasn't a fan of Night Creatures.
Really?
I don't think Night Creatures is all that great. Yeah.
But like on the whole,
it's not awful, but it's not great. But there really aren't that many bad TurboGrafx games. That's what I was saying. And on PC Engine in Japan, yeah, there's some stinkers.
There are.
In America, there's not really that many bad games. Tailspin was bad.
My biggest issue with the PC Engine though is there's so many RPGs I want to play and I just can't.
Can't play them. Yep.
You know, like I'm praying that someday, if we can get Trials of Mana, maybe we could finally get Tengai Makio in the West.
Oh, that would, man. So Tengai Makio is one of the games that they removed from the American TurboGrafx 16 Mini.
Why?
And well, they removed that and they removed Tokimeki Memorial, which I understand them taking out Tokimeki Memorial, but they left freaking
Snatcher.
How do I pronounce that? Yeah, they left Snatcher, which you virtually can't play. They left that Momotaro Densetsu game, which you also virtually can't play, and the Necromancer game, which has an English translation in the U.S., but they put the Japanese one on there.
That just baffles me.
Yeah.
Hey, Keith Courage is not a bad game.
Well, I also understand Keith Courage not being on there because that's a licensed game. They probably didn't want to pay their license.
Oh, for sure, but I mean, historic nerd I think means in terms of bad TurboGrafx games. It's not
Boxy
bad.
Boy is pretty bad. Brian's right about that though.
Yeah.
Boxy Boy's a bad game.
Look, Keith Courage isn't bad. I just wish they put Bonk as the pack-in.
Bonk would have been better. But
Bonk would have been
Lasers
better.
was a damn good pack-in though.
Was Blazing Lasers a pack-in at one point?
Yeah, at one point it was.
Oh, damn. It's a great game, though. I fucking love Blazing Lasers. Maybe that explains the price, though.
So Deep Blue.
Yes.
Oh, that could possibly... You've never heard of it?
Yeah, I've never heard of it.
It's a side-scrolling shmup where you're a fish in the ocean. You're a robotic fish in the ocean. The game is stiff. There's literally no collision detection. The music is awful. The graphics are awful. The enemies come at these erratic patterns. You have no real idea of knowing. Sometimes you'll randomly die in 2 or 3 hits, and sometimes you're like a freaking tank. and that's when you think that you're going on to like another level. It's like the Terminator on Super NES. It's
Right.
like you think you're going on to another level, but it just keeps going on. You might get to a mid boss, but then the same music starts, and you just keep going. You just keep going.
No, that's
It's
sad. It sounds like a good concept
oh
because the first time
god.
when you start off, I was like, oh, is this like the TurboGrafx equivalent to like an Echo the Dolphin or Calibri or something?
Calibri is so much better.
No, but that's a shame
Calibri is
because
a
it's a good
masterpiece.
concept, just bad execution, right?
Yeah, because I mean, Calibri is not a great game, but it's a masterpiece compared to Deep Blue. And here's you want to know what boggles me the most about Deep Blue is
Tell
that
me.
how awful that freaking game is. That game got localized, but so many other great shmups like
They
Final
didn't.
Soldier like those didn't come into the U.S. Like why?
And then
Seriously.
at least we got oh god, what's the one real it, it's the one Turbo CD game with the awful voice acting. You know, that's like an overhead type.
Which one?
Is it Last Alert? Is that the one I'm thinking of?
Oh, Last Alert.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about it?
No, no, just I mean, I'm trying. No, it's not that one. It was something. Happy Console Gamer did a video of it around the same time as his Last Alert vid. It was something too, and it was just an awful, awful English dub.
Oh, you're talking about Final Zone 2?
Final Zone 2, that's the one.
Yeah, I need that. I actually need that game in my collection because, yeah, the English dub of both that and I think Last Alert 2 is so awful.
But
But the
like it
game
looks
is
like
fun.
it's fun to play at least.
The game is fun. Well, I mean, it's a stark difference from the original Genesis game because I absolutely love Final Zone on Genesis. It's a great game.
But like the
It's a stark
voice acting
difference.
is so bad that I don't know. It looks like it's so bad it's good, and I want it. I don't want to do a
Yeah,
video on it. I want it.
well, that's like Arc Rise Fantasia on the Wii. It's like it's a pretty standard like run of the mill by the numbers RPG, but the voice acting is so dreadful that is hilarious.
You
It's just
know.
like wow,
All right. So there's another question. What's our favorite so bad it's good type games?
so bad it's good type games. I
Sega
can think of
CD
a
did
couple.
have some bad FMVs. I feel like Night Trap is too easy of an answer.
I was about to say virtually any FMV style game, but I could tell you one: Fox Hunt on the PS1.
Not familiar with it.
It's a incredibly cheesy spy themed FMV adventure game that Capcom published for the
Why?
PS1. It is so beyond stupid. It's so dumb.
I
It's
love
so
it.
horribly acted, horribly directed, but it's actually a lot of fun.
Ac-
It's an expensive game now, unfortunately, but it's like if you spot it, it might be worth a night of playing through.
you know what? I thinking about the question myself. I think after last Friday's stream, I have an answer, and it's one I'm not proud of.
Which one?
Vroom.
Room in the
Vroom in the
Night
Night
Sky.
Sky. Here's the thing. It's a terrible game. The progression is terrible. There is virtually no physics. And just the translation is, I mean, it might as well still be in whatever the language of origin was. But like, you start playing and it's like, you can't stop.
You're making Elliot very happy now, I bet.
Because, well, he's been arguing the same thing, like, no, it's just bad. And then I play it, it's like, well, yeah, it is bad, but it's kind of fun in a weird way.
Historic Nerd says best FMV. Oh, bad FMV. Nope, not a thing. That's the future of
The
entertainment,
future
sir.
of entertainment.
That's what they thought it was going to be. They were wrong.
Yeah. I mean, goodness, what have there been any FMV games in the past like 20 years?
Dude,
The
actually, FMV
the
games got a resurgence in
the
like the
oh,
last couple
the
of years.
that's
Games like The Bunker.
the guy
What's her name?
game.
Her. No.
I
Ew.
mean,
Ew. You mean, what was the name of that? Her Story. Her
Her
Story.
Story.
That's an FMV based game.
Not to
But
be confused with his story, the Michael Jackson album.
Yeah, that came out recently, I think. So
Mm-hmm.
like FMV games got like a random kind of resurgence for a while.
Yeah, I vibe with it. Several.
Yeah, yeah, there's a bunch. And like I said, that there, as long as you go into it not expecting like any sort of masterpiece, I can tell you one other FMV game that I stupidly like.
Yeah.
It's a Surgical Strike on Sega CD.
Oh, I feel on that.
It's
It's
basic.
dumb.
Have you played that one?
Yes, it is dumb and terrible, and I love it.
I love the really horrible like green screen explosion effects.
Yeah.
That you see the people flying, and they use the same stock footage of the tank shooting every
Yeah.
time.
I'm like, you know what? I'm vibing with it.
It's great. And that one, Surgical Strike, also has a little bit of history behind it too,
Right.
because you familiar with that? How that was also supposed to get a 32X release, but it never got it.
Yes.
Okay, so you do know about that, but yet it was somehow found in Brazil, and even I guess I have to go back in and fact check myself to see like what's really kind of the lineage behind that, because like some people said it was a hoax, some people said it was real, and it's like I think it was found to be real, and they're just incredibly rare because Sega basically reneged on their offer of giving a free copy of that game for those who bought the Sega CD, and if you had proof of purchase that you upgraded got the 32X, you're supposed to get the 32X version for free.
Yep, it's
And it never
confirmed
happened.
there's a tech toy release in Brazil.
There is one, okay.
It's just incredibly. I think Sean Long might own it. Own
Of
one.
course. I'm not surprised. He loves the 32X.
He did an entire book on it.
I need to buy that book. And I was like, my man, because I love the 32X too. Yes, I know it's a trash console. I still love it.
I mean, I appreciated that so much because he was like, you know what? He's like, I have money to put towards a personal project. I want to do a thing on the 32X because why not? He's like, no one else is going to do it.
Exactly. Historic Nerd also says, also, don't forget the best FMV ever, Thunder in Paradise on the CDI. Not even kidding. If I had a CDI, I don't think Jim from Gigabeer Play Games in the chat anymore, but because he loves the CDI.
I'm surprised you own the Zelda CDI games, but not an actual CDI.
I actually don't own the Faces of Evil. I actually borrowed it from somebody.
Ah, that explains a lot.
I borrowed the CDI from somebody because I finally found someone who had one that let me borrow it. I need to give it back to them. I was going to, but then COVID happened.
Oh, I feel.
But because I got all my footage and everything I need from it. But Thunder in Paradise said, "Hey man, this ain't no video game, brother." Yeah.
Oh, that's one of frickin' Hulk Hogan.
Yep.
No, back before he got canceled.
Well, yeah. Well, canceled and then it's saved for like the umpteenth time. So you can't cancel Hulk Hogan.
I mean, can you?
You can, but he won't stay canceled. He's basically the PewDiePie of wrestling.
Yeah.
Anyway, but Thunder in Paradise still does look fun.
There we go. Got a second Chaos Emerald. I think we're gonna just give up after Bridge Zone because like it's fun, but it's hard to concentrate and like Sonic.
Oh yeah, well it's hard to play Sonic games on stream. Trust me, I know.
Yeah.
Because you really have to concentrate for the 2D ones at least. I think I could probably play a 3D Sonic on stream.
For sure.
But 2D, nah.
Let's play something simple. Sonic and the Secret Rings, maybe.
Yeah, that could work. Oh, dude, the Historic Nerd is saying it's like get help from
PewDiePie and wrestling.
From Wrestling with Gaming to stream it with me. It's like he'd do it in a heartbeat. I do want to do more Wrestling with Gaming. I did a voiceover for his Nick Arcade video. His channel's great. I haven't watched him in a while, but his channel is actually really great.
I feel bad because there's so many gaming channels I love, and then the more I concentrate on gaming vids, the more I find myself gravitating towards watching non-gaming stuff.
Yep. See, then that's the funny thing, and Jenny called this out too. I said that like I do get a chance, like, and I normally do it on Sunday mornings. Like normally on Sunday mornings, that's when I catch up on gaming YouTubers.
Right.
But everybody else after that is like, well, what else do I watch on YouTube other than that? Wrestling videos. So when I'm working on gaming stuff, I'm watching wrestling videos on YouTube. It's like, that works.
I feel like I'm very no surprises because when I'm not watching gaming stuff, I'm just watching like either documentaries or like stuff like goodness, what's stuff like Rare Earth, or like goodness, what's the big one I watch? I forget. Why am I blanking on the title? Probably because I'm playing Sonic. Real life lore. That's what it was. You
Which
know,
one?
and I said like real life lore, pretty much just like history based channels.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm like,
So stuff I should be watching
yeah, you know,
instead of
it's
rotting my brain with wrestling.
exact. Well, I'm like, you know, it's history, but it's like easy watching, right?
Right, right.
I'm like, I'm here to veg out, and that's it. And that's my other thing, because I complain about YouTube trying to get me to watch news videos as of late, because I'm like, no, I'm coming here to escape the news.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's why when I was watching again, going back to wrestling. I watched the shows on Monday, like Monday Night Raw one time when I was just like kind of bored, and like in between like the show and whatnot, all the commercials were just all about it, and I was just like, you know, I'm just gonna watch the rest of this later on DVR. I can't. It's just depressing me.
Yeah,
And
I'm
I was
like,
like, I'm watching this to get away from that, and like all the commercials are like basically, oh, it's like we know you're at home, you know all this is going on. Like in these trying times, it
thanks,
feels
app.
like the email.
Thanks for
Yeah,
resonating with me right now, Applebee's.
yeah. And it's like, you know what? It sounds like the title of the emails that I have to read for work. Thanks.
Oh yikes!
Yeah.
Extending out a nice egg in this trying time.
See, Falco, it's like Wrestle Talk and What Culture Wrestling. I hear you. I'm more of a cultaholic man, but yeah. Um, retro gaming, yes.
Retro
Um,
video games. Yeah,
I'm
video
going
games are
to.
pretty nice.
I'm going to. I am. You know what? I'm gonna look that up right now. I want to see how much is the ZX Spectrum X is going for right now.
Yeah.
Next is going for right now.
Yeah. So y'all know how to spot a, did y'all have seen the meme about how to spot a fake gamer, right?
Actually, I haven't seen that.
The
I'm afraid.
one of the major parts of it is that they invite you over to see their game collection, and it's just every season of Frasier on DVD.
What? Can't say I've seen that. I'm gonna have to go look for this now.
I you know what, Elliot, if you're watching, could you link it? The bad thing about is that it's simply the most exactly, or it's just like either that or it's just snippets from cable news. I'm like, I'm sorry, if I wanted to watch CTV's clips, I'd go to the CTV site.
Right.
Or I'd buy cable.
Right.
And the thing is that, like, for all the news organizations I want news from, I follow them on Twitter. I don't want to watch them on YouTube.
Yeah.
And I especially don't want to watch talk show hosts on YouTube.
Yeah.
Bolt, how you doing, my man? How you been? I've
What's
missed
up?
you. I'm excited for your new vidya. I died.
Okay, so, ooh, the last ZX Spectrum Next that I see that I could look for on eBay, the last one that I see sold for $724.
That's a
Damn.
big oof for me.
That's a huge oof. I was not expecting that. So I guess I'm not getting one of these.
No, I mean, have you considered maybe like selling a kidney?
If I'm gonna sell a kidney, I'm getting that Sega Sonic arcade game. I'm not buying a ZX Spectrum Next.
What's that? You're going to be buying a laser active.
Actually, I might actually be getting one. No
Lucky.
joke. I might actually be getting one because a friend of mine is my buddy King. Well, you know, I think you know Kingsley.
I know Kingsley.
Yeah,
Met him at
he's still going
Retropalooza.
through. Yeah. It's like he's still going through like a lot of his stuff that he's trying to sell, and he's thinking about selling that. And if he does, he's just like, well, I'll let you know if I do. And it's like, okay.
No, I'll just let Sonic die.
So if I just have that, and then I just get that Outrun laser disc.
Yeah.
I know it's not an actual game, but I want it because it's Outrun, and I'm set.
Same.
All composite video out glory.
Bolt, we're doing good. We're having a good chill stream tonight. We're relaxing.
It's good to see you, man.
Yeah, how have you been? It's been forever. I said it's ever so. I will never sell my Earthbound, especially because mine was actually a Christmas gift from my parents. You know, you don't sell stuff like that if you can avoid it.
Right. Yeah, it's crazy, you know. It's just like what was it? Is I know when everybody was asking me too, and Sam actually wound up being the one that bought it. It's like, oh, you're selling your TurboGrafx? It's like, yeah. Well, the only reason why I sold my TurboGrafx was because I was getting that PC Engine Duo. I didn't
Yeah,
need to, and I'd rather have the PC Engine Duo.
right. Or and it's weird because I'm at a point where I'm like, I don't know. I don't really feel like having console variants anymore. Like,
Same.
I'm probably going to sell one or two of my GameCubes once this is all over. I
Yeah, I
think
figured
I
the
decided
only
against selling the Master System though. I really like that thing.
hang on to your Master
Looks
System.
it looks good on a shelf.
I have a gut feeling that Master Systems are actually systems themselves are gonna wind up being hard to come by. I don't think they're gonna be expensive, but I think they're gonna be harder to come by in the future.
Honestly, on that topic, let's talk about displays.
Okay.
Because I've decided that when I move house, hear me out. There's some consoles that I love, but I never use them, but I don't want to sell them. Stuff like the Twin Famicom or my
hmm
TI-99. So what if I get glass display cases to just
I've
display
always
those
wanted to
in?
have glass display.
And because my what a lot of folks don't know is before I was really into game collecting, my dad and and this actually I learned how to do restorations and stuff, we're into collecting model trains, specifically ones from before World War II.
hmm
But along
Nice,
with
nice.
that, my dad also he worked as an engineer back in the 70s. And so with that, he has a bunch of like vintage railway china that we have displayed in display cases. And I am
Okay.
convinced that a glass display case can make anything look museum worthy.
Oh, absolutely.
If it can make railway branded spoons from the 70s look like amazing, it can easily do that with like a twin Famicom.
Totally.
So yeah.
Totally. I agree with that. Someday I will get a glass case. I definitely don't have room for it in my current house, but when we move, I would love to have one. I know Jenny would absolutely love to have one for her Pokemon stuff.
Oh,
So
absolutely. Also, I'm going to
yeah,
do one more shameless plug for the stream. Don't forget to share out and drop a like.
yeah. If you guys are having a cool time chilling out with us, and if you want to see more, I'm down for doing more of these.
I
And
am
I know
too. This
Jake,
has
you're
been
down for doing
chill.
more. If y'all want to do more, let us know. Tell us and share it out so that people will join us. The
Yeah,
more the merrier.
Bolt, if you're
And if you
down,
have any questions, ask us in the chat.
Bolt, if you're down, I'm down. Let's start our own rival to the Spawn cast.
Nice.
Yeah, though if Spawn Wave would ever want to join with that, he's down. I
I
know
would
he's
love. I
welcome.
still would love to do a podcast at some point, but I
Yeah,
know that's another thing that's just like time.
I don't want to do like a proper podcast again though because that's work. Need a
It
glass,
is.
but like this is fun and this is a good way to spend my Monday. I was a part of a Jackbox video the other day. I was Trey and I called up with Trey and a few other friends of ours and we played Drawful.
Nice.
I mean, it's fun at first, then you get to a point where everyone's just strong schlongs.
Of course.
Of
That's,
course.
that's normally how. Well, that's like how games of Cards Against Humanity just turn out. It starts off innocent, but the longer the night goes.
At one point, we just stopped playing and we all did a reading of Sonic High School, just the first 7 chapters.
Yeah, you might as well play Sonic Dreams Collection.
Yeah, might as well.
So if I don't already have enough nightmares, just the sheer fact that I'm considering doing a video about Sonic EXE later this year is just
Oh, jeez.
I'm dreading it.
I
But
feel
at the same time, I'm also very excited.
I feel so weird with the state of my channel because like it's more consistent than ever before, and I'm like, why are the videos on really weird, obscure gaming stuff not doing super well? But also me, why don't I do a video on Windows 3.0 for Amiga?
Yeah, see, and it's like, man, consistency is good. It's like what, and but at the same time, it's just like I'll
Sam, you're
do a random
welcome.
level 10. Sam is like awesome.
The
Sam
stuff.
and Sam was just like, and you stole it back from me. I borrowed his TurboGrafx 16 to use for as a comparison for my TurboGrafx mini video, which Sam I will be working on soon. So yes, you're gonna get your TurboGrafx back.
That said, I
Yeah.
mean, let's be real. I am totally down to do more of this. Sam, you're welcome. Bolt, if you're in the chat, you're welcome. Everyone's welcome.
Sweet.
Let's do it. I don't know. We're talking about modern or retro. I kind of like the squad cast, which is, the little thing that Pixel Game Squad does. I like
Oh
those.
yeah, yeah.
Very collect. And it's interesting because I like their stuff, but I wouldn't. I have a collection that I am proud of, but I don't think I'm a collector anymore.
I think that's the best way to say it, really.
Mm-hmm.
I think we both have. I know you further than I have.
Yeah.
I think we both have kind of gotten to the point that's like, yes, we love retro gaming, we love weird stuff, and we have collections, but since what we're actively collecting for, we're not really going out like the same way that we used to. Yeah, it's kind of hard to call yourself a collector at that point. Now you're just like, hey, I love it, but I'm not like actively going
I'm an
after it
enthusiast.
anymore. That's the word I was trying to think of earlier. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was coming up with terrible words.
Well, and it's like things as well, because I'm like, I see these videos about HDMI solutions, and I say this as someone buying a Polymega, so, keep that in mind. But, like, as cool as it is that, oh, cool, I could buy, like, an HDMI solution for my PS1, I can also just play my game straight from the disc using EPSXE and capture gameplay that way.
Yep.
I'm still using real software, but I'm capturing it, and that's fine.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I decided to get a Mister,
right?
Or to build a Mister, because it's just like the only core that's missing out of that I really think I could use is PC Engine CD, and they're working on it.
Right.
So it's like literally everything else. Like if I need to capture anything, it's there for me now.
Right.
Even full 1080p.
Exactly.
Thank you, Joe from GameSack, for intriguing me on the Mister. Because I had no idea what the hell it was until I saw this video. I'm like, this is really cool.
Yeah, games. You want to talk about consistently good stuff? GameSack. GameSack is. This is going to sound weird, but it's one of those channels that like I'll watch it in the evening sometimes to help me decompress.
Dude, I'm the same way. I'm the same way with a lot of channels.
Yeah.
I'm the same way. I'm like that with him. I'm like that with Re-Res. I'm like that with Brian, Wrestling with Regret.
I feel you on that, Falcro.
Like a lot of my favorite channels. I'm just like that,
The only things I consistently want to get more of, if I can find it on the cheap, is PC games. Big box PC games. Because, I mean, A, when you find them, no one wants them.
Yep.
And B, I mean, yeah, they take up space, but like, I don't care. I'll give them a shot.
I don't really do big box PC Engine games anymore, but there are two big box PC games. There are really two PC big box games that I still really want in my collection. One is X-Wing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess I wouldn't mind TIE Fighter either. So okay,
TIE Fighters are good.
It's an X-Wing and TIE Fighter, just because I love those games dearly. And Sonic Schoolhouse.
Sonic Schoolhouse. What a classic. What a classic.
I have it loose. Oh, not loose. I have it complete in case. I don't have it complete in box. I want it complete in box, damn it. With that horrible 3D model of Sonic on the...
But isn't it... I mean, you know what? It's
beautiful.
That was the trend back then. You've seen the title screen from the CD version of Mario Teaches Typing, right?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Yeah. The creepy floating head Mario.
And then thank you, Mario 64, for making us forget about that. So much better.
I'm like, I don't know though. Like, I really have all of the, as far as standalone Polymega is like a multi-system, right? That's different.
It is.
As far as like standalone platforms go, I'm good. I'm really good right now.
Too.
Like there's nothing I really need. Like I would, if you'd asked me 6 months ago, I would have said PC Engine CD, and then I was sent a unit by Robert, which was awesome.
Nice.
Yeah. But like
it's
I'm kind of really happy with everything. Like even and you know, I feel like I'm at a point where I'm just stumbling across stuff at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I definitely feel you on that. There's still a lot of stuff that I don't know. It's like, as much as I love Sega, there's still a lot of stuff on the Nintendo side that I still don't know. There's still a lot of Super Nintendo games that I've never played.
Yeah.
And so I'd probably say out of any Nintendo system,
Mm-hmm.
I think I could say I have the least amount. And this is, oh, I'm sure that like if if I said this like out in public or
Yeah.
whatnot, like I'll probably get flamed hard. Like, oh, really? Why? It's like, don't forget, guys. I was a Sega Genesis kid. I
Yeah.
barely got a chance to play any Super Nintendo games. The main games that I got to play growing up were only the ones that my next door neighbor had. That was basically it. So my exposure to a lot of Super Nintendo games is like nothing.
Right. And it's just
So
that's fair though. I think that's more than fair.
yeah,
Yeah, and I think one of the other things definitely to keep in mind with this is that anyone who says you're not a real collector or not a real gamer unless you've played X is an elitist cunt.
I hate that shit. I really do. It's like you're not a real game. Hey, you want to know what? Do you like video games? Okay, you're a gamer.
Like I don't have any reason to own an NES. The only reason I own one right now is because it's one that Elliot found in storage while cleaning out his grandmother's place, right? I'll probably
Yeah,
do a restoration vid on that at some point, and then that's being sold. That's money for the wedding fund.
there you go.
And that's not to say I don't like the NES, but it's like we were talking about earlier. I own a twin Famicom.
Right.
I own a Retron 3. Yes, it's not 100% compatible, but it's what's hooked up to the TV right now.
Right, right.
You
No,
know.
but see, I love the NES. So the NES is my favorite Nintendo system.
I mean, that's a fair choice. I feel like I wax GameCube for nostalgia reasons.
GameCube is pretty darn close. I'll
Hmm.
say that. I probably say safely out of Nintendo systems, yeah, I think GameCube is my second favorite.
Game
I think I could easily say that.
I think Game Boy Player is a big part of that for me as well, though. So
Yes, which I finally have one. And it's like, yes, I finally have one. So now I don't have to, because that's one downside now, and I feel that I missed this, or I guess I kind of
right,
glossed over it with the Retro Freak when I did my review on it. Game Boy games on the Retro Freak, while they look clean for the most part, they kind of have this little tiny bit of tearing. You have to really look closely at it.
right.
But I have noticed that, like, and this doesn't happen with Game Boy Advance, just with regular Game Boy. And I'm just like, oh. So I was just like, yeah. But then I got the Game Boy Player. And then also, I don't like the fact that how, when it's stretched to fill the entire screen, like, it looks good, but again, it's like, there's something about it. Having the frame with the Game Boy Player, even though, yeah, it's only in 480p, it
Right.
still looks really clean,
And
compared to that.
I'm just whatever works, right? That's my thing as well. People, not everyone wants the cleanest picture quality possible or whatever.
Absolutely.
That said, you know what I was super proud of at the setup I made as a teenager was
Hmm.
I got a converter and then we had this flat screen in the game room there. And I had also had the TV that had been in my bedroom as a little kid that could only take an RF input.
Yeah.
So I somehow managed to split the signal so I had like a composite signal going into the main TV because I was a teenager. I couldn't afford like RGB. But then
No.
also an RF signal going into the TV and I could display on both at the same time. And I have no
Yeah.
idea how I did it. But it was
Awesome.
cool because like I could play like a light gun game on like the small TV, but like have people like be watching on the big TV.
Yeah, man, I actually miss those days.
When
I was like, it's basically the RF days when you had to go to the back of the. I miss it to
yeah,
a weird extent where you have to like go to the back and screw it in the back and then make sure that it's working. You can
what
split the signal so that way I'm not interrupting your TV. And then Sega Channel came through,
what I miss
and
about those old days was just being able to put all my allowance money and power washing money and even money from whatever just towards video games and not having to worry about bills. In
oh
retrospect,
yeah,
I kind of wish I'd saved for the future, but I was a
dude,
teenager.
man,
Whatever.
that's everybody,
Yeah.
and I always that's one thing I had to get over too, just understanding. I'm just like, you know what? Could I have saved a little bit more money? Yeah, sure. Have I paid too much for some of my games? Yeah, I'm sure that I have.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, you know what? Once you're there, the feeling of the money that you lost, unless it was a significant amount, And it's like the feeling that the money that you've lost,
Hmm.
it's just money, dude.
The funny
The
thing,
memories that you're actually making out of that to me are a lot more valuable
for sure,
than worrying about that. It's just like I just learned honestly, while we were on stream, somebody actually had been replying to me on Twitter
right,
as I just had a gut sinking feeling that something that I bought through eBay, I basically got like taken for.
right,
But you know what? It's you remember that Sonic plush, that custom Sonic plush that I
yes.
got? Turns out it's a sorry,
Uh,
it's
No, you
a
can say fuck.
it's from the Ukraine.
Yeah,
It's so the girl gave me like a sob story. I don't know. I could be wrong. It could be a pattern. It could be something like that. But he showed me the link and the pictures, and I was like, "Wow, yeah, it eerily looks a lot like the one that I have."
right,
And I'm like, "Yeah, I don't appreciate that." But
yeah.
then I thought to it for a second. I was like, "But you know what though? I still like the plush. Did I lose money? Yeah, sure.
But at
But
least
at the
you
same
like
time,
it.
it's like,
That said,
yeah,
we still plan to go to Mexico to get all that bootleg Sonic merch.
yes,
Yes. Oh, here's one from
yes."
Ryan. The most we've ever overpaid for a game.
Oh Lord.
I'm proud to say I have never paid more than $100 for a game.
Oh wait. Okay. So I'm gonna ask a sub question to that. Are we talking just straight up cash, or are we talking about like values and trades to go towards things? If we're talking straight up cash, then yeah, give me a moment. But if we're talking like, hey, what if you have to give up trades and like a certain to get a game of a certain dollar value? The answer is easy: KO Flying Squadron.
Really?
But yeah, well, here's the thing. At the time when I got KO 5 years ago,
Right.
and the time when I got KO, I traded in. In fact, I'll send you the pictures by DM. It's crazy because I kept everything, like all the everything that I traded in the game over that day to get KO. It
Right.
was crazy. I pretty much sold off almost my entire PS1 collection and pretty much my entire Game Boy Advance collection just to get that game. Like, and in that time, that game, and coincidentally, I got that the very last day of my old job before I went to my new job.
Right.
So it was a pretty good day. But yeah, at that time they wanted 649.99. I think that's how much it was at the time. Granted, I
Right.
overshot my trade. I traded in like $900 worth of stuff.
But still,
But still, I got it, and I got a couple more Sega CD games too. While I was there, I got like Android Assault and a
right.
couple of other games. But I think I'd have to say if that's where we're going, that's the answer. Now, as far as
He said value,
cash,
so I think that's what he meant.
okay, well then yeah, the answer is KO Flying Squad. If we're talking just cash, probably Metal Warriors and Super NES.
Honestly, the one I don't regret it because it's a great game, but I had kind of a toxic friend in high school. I think everyone has at least one. And she convinced me to trade in. She was like, your collection almost looks like hoarding. Even though, I had everything on shelves and whatnot, but it was an argument. Isn't collecting just organized hoarding? Which answer is no. It's
Yay!
no.
Just love that argument.
Yeah, so pretty much convinced me to trade in a bunch of stuff. To a Games Plus, so you already know that the value's not great, right?
Right.
All I got was Conker's Bad Fur Day.
Oh.
That said, I got Conkers, which is cool, but at the same time, I'm like, I should have probably gotten 4 times the value what they gave me.
Yeah, but as long as again, as long as you're enjoying what you have,
Yeah.
and as long as and sometimes you get a good story out of it.
No, the good news is well, I mean, as a rather toxic person, anyways, who, long story short, she also dated a friend of mine and then broke up with him on prom night, and ends up she was actually cheating on him with another close friend of ours. High school drama at
Yay!
its finest, isn't
Yay!
it?
High school quote unquote love.
Yeah. I was like, oh, yeah. And actually, that gets even more. Last I checked, I think they're a coke addict now.
Oh wow, that's
But anyways, off topic.
justify the means.
Oh God. I'm
Oh.
not going to give more details, but oh God.
Oh man, this one has a tab on the end of it. Yeah, it's that's crazy, dude.
The
But
thing
yeah,
is,
I
though,
think that's gonna be
my issue with the hoarding argument, though, is like hoarding means it's adversely affecting your health.
yes.
If you're collecting like shit, and you just have shit neatly organized on shelves, and it's like in a room. That's not hoarding. That's being a connoisseur. Because hoarding, in my opinion, means hoarding in my opinion means that there's like shit all over your house and like torn newspapers, and you aren't throwing away soup cans.
Yep. Yep. That is precisely what hoarding is.
Yes.
Just because you're collecting stuff.
Blade Blur says I'm adorable. You're too kind, fan. Too
hey,
kind.
Blade Blur, what's up?
My man.
Nice. See, we're getting the OGs.
We're getting the fam here tonight.
Yeah.
You know what we're lacking in Animal Crossing views? We're making up with pure fam.
See, totally worth it.
Absolutely. This has been the most fun I've had in a stream in forever, man. This is great. And it's nice because I haven't had... you know how relieving it is to not hear someone ask for a dodo code once? I finally snapped the other... Alright, we'll talk about the Thursday stream. Do you think later on people are just intentionally disconnecting to irk me?
I wonder, dude, because that was...
painful.
That was really messed up. I was getting mad with you. I was like, come on, people.
Blade Blur got the Core Graphics Mini today. That's dope.
You got it. Awesome.
You got it. I'm jelly. I don't know. Maybe
awesome, dude.
You don't understand. I need 40 copies of Super Mario World. The funny thing is I actually don't... The only double of any game I own right now is Animal Crossing.
Sonic.
Sonic.
I have... Well, if it makes anybody feel better, it's because I have multiple copies of Sonic because I have one from every region now.
You even have the
Except
Canadian version, yeah?
Yeah, I have the Canadian version. I don't have the Brazilian one. But I have the PAL, I have the Japanese, I have the Asian, I have the American, I have the Canadian. Yeah, that's the only one I don't have of that.
Oh, cool.
I would still love to get it, mind you. But...
Right. It's stuff from Brazil is tough, man.
Yeah, that's like I would still love to get Sonic Spinball for Master System, but
yeah,
it's pricey too. It's not Sonic Blast pricey, but it's pricey.
The core graphics is better designed than the TurboGrafx, so Blade Blur. That's the thing. It's just objectively a better design.
I think it's the cleanest, like out of the core graphics, the PC Engine, and the TurboGrafx.
It's the cleanest.
I think the core graphics is the cleanest of the three. Like, it's the classiest. Granted, now I'm going to say something controversial.
Okay.
I like the Super Graphics design better than all of them.
The Super Graphics looks like something you'd pull out of the front of a muscle car, though. I get it.
It just looks so cool.
It looks like an actual engine.
Yeah.
Ooh. Ryan got the Final Fight 1-up today.
Dang, man!
Owen has 4 different versions of Terraria. I feel on that, though. That's a move.
Ryan, if you find a Midway one, please let me know. That's the only one I'm trying to get. They're all gone around me, and now I have pissed off my wife, and I can't leave the house.
With that said, it is past 9. Let's end off with one more story. Unless there's any questions or requests from the chats, in which case let us know. But one more story. What's your favorite flea market / thrifting memory?
Ooh.
I've already told mine tonight. The Porn Station Portable.
Favorite? Favorite flea market or thrifting memory? I'm trying to think of that's a tricky one. Because, I mean, aside from, I guess I kind of told mine too with the Daytona USA CC Netlink. I think
that's a good one.
That's pretty much going to be it. I mean, either that or that day that Sam and I were like at Sunny's flea market and all I wanted was a churro.
All right.
Nobody had any churros.
Well, then here's one. What's your favorite flea market? Either ones that are still around or ones that don't exist anymore.
In Houston,
yeah,
I would probably say either Kohl's or Sunny's. Those are probably like my 2 favorite flea markets. I mean, Trader's Village is fine and all, but if you're going there for video games now, no, there's not really a whole lot there anymore.
I feel.
But I did try Brickseek, Ryan, and
Wii Music.
It didn't work out for me. They had said that I found a couple of stores that said that they had them, none at all of them. So
I miss,
Yeah.
dude. Next time I'm down there, I need to take you to the old security square. I want to see if it's as good as it was back in 2016.
I'm down. I'm
There was
totally
only
down.
one
Cold, right?
reseller. When I went there once, there was only one reseller. And for some reason, they were specializing in bootleg Pokemon games. And,
Now, when
and
you're
I,
saying bootleg Pokemon
I
games, are you talking about like bootlegs of original Pokemon games that are supposed to look like the real thing?
no, I
Or are
mean
you
like
talking about like,
Pokemon Chaos Black, Pokemon
see,
Quartz.
Jenny would be all over that. If she were there, she would be like giving, because I'm trying to think, I know we have
And
for
it's like
Pokemon
they had some
bootleg.
like actual games as well, right? But I didn't care. I didn't want to pay retail prices for DS games or 3DS games. I wanted bootleg crap for the Game Boy Advance. Uh,
there's one, there's also one other bootleg game that I'm still dying to own.
yeah.
Before I get into that though, basically, yeah, if you found if there's someone that is selling like those ROM hack Pokemon games,
Yeah.
then yeah, I need to take Jenny.
Yeah.
She'll be there because
Here's
if
one I actually got from. I did a video on this one a few years back, actually.
which one?
Pokemon Quartz version.
We don't have that one. I know Jenny's looking for the I'm not gonna say the original, but what was called, I think it was called Pokemon Black. That was
Pokemon
the one that
Chaos
like the
Black.
no, not Chaos Black. We have that one. I think it's like Pokemon. It was for Game Boy.
Pokemon
It's the
Creepy
one where like
Black.
the Pokemon actually die.
Pokemon Creepy Black.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah, because what happened with that one is there was a creepypasta based around that, but then the creepypasta got big and someone made an actual ROM hack based off of it. But because the but then somewhat ironically, because the creepypasta involved a black cartridge Pokemon game from a flea market, eventually the actual ROM hack that was based off the creepypasta got put on a cartridge and started getting sold at flea markets.
Yeah.
Tohomon.
Nice.
What about Moamon?
Momon. That's another one Jenny wants. She wants Momon bad.
Yeah.
Tohomon. Nice.
Tohomon's
Dude,
actually pretty awesome though.
Labler says he also got a Mega Drive Mini. Oh, okay, you saw it. It's like he got it from Japan.
Yeah.
Thought about doing a video on it. Dude,
Do
do
it.
it, dude.
Do it.
Do it. I still want to get the Asian Mega Drive Mini. That's the
Leg-
one I want. Because the funny thing is that I'm doing. Here's a nice little preview of something that I am going to be working on next month.
Yeah.
So I am doing a new 3 gaming items video next month.
Right.
And one of the items on it is going to be the Sega Genesis Tower of Power, the Genesis Mini Tower of Power that I won from CGQ. The funny thing about that is that for Christmas this year, Jenny gave me the Japanese Mega Drive Tower of Power, so I have both now.
Even better though.
So now I need to get a Mega Drive Mini to go with that, and I want the Asian version specifically because it has Outrun 2019.
Yeah. the one
and Alien Soldier.
There's so much crazy stuff. Going back to that flea market though, it was so cool because there was like a family run burger joint like on the indoor section of it. I got a NES for $5 with Tetris in there. I got a Model 1 Genesis for 10. PS2 games for. I even got an OG Xbox for $10 with a copy of Enclave inside it.
Now I will say this last time, because the last time I went to a flea market was like late last year. I went to actually no, it wasn't late last. That was South by Southwest. God, that was a year ago.
Wow.
The South by Southwest in San Antonio. I stayed with Kingsley.
Right.
While I was up there, and he took me to a couple of flea markets while we were there. And although I didn't really find anything retro per se, except for one booth that had a pretty cheap copy of Parasite Eve for PS1. So
that's not bad.
Oh no, it was like $15.
Oh, that's wonderful. Okay, that's a steal.
Most of what I got was, if you're looking for like Xbox, which I do, I actually do look at Xbox games too. Flea markets are actually a pretty good place to go for that generation right now. Mm-hmm. Maybe not GameCube, but PS2 and Xbox, yeah.
And then if you want like PS3 and 360?
360 for sure.
Oh yeah.
Sure, yeah.
I don't know. I miss just old-fashioned flea markets and thrifting. And just, I miss it all, you know?
Yeah, it's just, if you're, if you're thrifting for video games now, it's a whole completely different thing. I don't want to end the stream on a downer, but it's just like, yeah, it's unfortunately those times are long gone. So many people know what they have now, and a lot of people want to get the most that they can. I mean, more power to them. I mean, if they're gonna do the work, the research, the prices and whatnot, sure, that's fine. But I don't. I mean, if I'm gonna pay eBay price, unless if it's something that's incredibly rare, I'm gonna buy it from eBay. I go for stuff like that to find good
The
deals.
the things about flea markets though is that I'd still argue that it's only a problem of near cities.
Yeah, true.
Because
If you go out there, you'll find good stuff.
if like going out in BC, because the thing about my island, right, is that it's a big island. It's 6 hours driving tip to tip.
Hmm. Yeah, Ryan's absolutely right in the chat. Yep, smartphones killed it.
And
That is absolutely right. Smartphones killed the market.
I mean, while that is true, it's still like garage sales are still great as well, in my opinion, right?
Not in my area.
I mean, to be fair, I got Jimi Hendrix experience on vinyl just because one of my neighbors was giving it away.
Nice.
And then again, the deals around here are crazy. I literally found a G3 iMac in a dumpster, or next to a dumpster, and then 2 weeks later, I got another one because one of my neighbors was clearing out their closet and needed to get rid of it.
Nice.
I'm like, you know what? Sure, I vibe with it. I vibe with that awesome. Like, I vibe with that really well, actually. I'm super down for that.
Awesome.
I actually, you know what I really am kicking myself for? Back during SukinoCon this year, I went into I decide, no, I'm only going to spend $10 today. I should save money. I'm getting married. I went into a thrift store, and for $10 each, they had all three PS1 Final Fantasy games, the Japanese versions.
Oh, that's cool.
And I'm like, I should get that, and I didn't.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, though, it's like it's probably a good decision because it's like, yeah, one of you, it's cool to have, but unless it's something that, like, how big of a Final Fantasy fan are you?
I
And
mean, I'm still wondering which one is going to be the Final Fantasy.
I think everybody's wondering that. It's never gonna happen.
No.
That series is gonna go on until we're all dead.
I mean,
But
trick question. It's going to end after we get Final Fantasy 13-4.
yeah, when's that happening? I never played 13-2.
I couldn't even stomach the entirety of 13-1.
Yeah.
To this day, the only
yeah.
RPG I've ever sold.
Yeah, see, I bought 13 like way back in the day, and the thing is, I don't know how long I got into it, and I just wasn't feeling it. I wasn't feeling lightning. I wasn't feeling the story. I wasn't feeling the progression. I just wasn't feeling it.
No, it wasn't.
And then I got the Xbox One later on, and then I found it half price books complete for $2.
Right.
So I was like, okay, you know what? For $2, maybe someday I'll give it another shot. It's $2.
For
So
Toonie, you can't
$2,
complain.
Okay. At $10, it's a little bit more of a.
Yeah. That said, and it's weird. I'm in a weird spot as well because the only other game I'm looking forward to this year is Streets of Rage 4, and that's going to be on Game Pass, which is incredible. I am pumped.
Are you talking about Rage 4?
Yeah, SOR 4.
Yeah, dude. I don't know. It's like I am just so incredibly excited for it too. But yeah, at the same time, it's like it's one of those feelings when you're like, you're so excited that you're struggling to really, like, you want to, like, yell out at the top of your lungs, just like, yes, but then you're just like reserved inside. It's just like
the game is out Thursday, isn't
like,
it?
Huh?
The game's out Thursday, right?
Yes.
It's out Thursday, so 3 days.
Yep.
And then
the 30th.
So I guess on that upbeat note, because I'm pumped for the game, would you like to plug your channel?
Yeah, absolutely. So my channel is a little retro gaming channel known as G to the Next Level.
Yeah.
Welcome to the next level, but with a G instead of welcome. I basically surround my channel about retro gaming in the modern age, and I do things from childhood stories, classic retro gaming reviews or games that maybe it's called the treasure chest, where I basically determine whether or not a game is it worth really your time and that sort of thing. I do a video series called Level 10, where it's countdown series or like maybe games you should have skipped, games that should have been on this. I just did one on favorite Genesis intros. Sometimes I'll come up with like the coolest or the strangest sort of things for like a countdown that you might not think about. And of course, I love Sonic the Hedgehog. I do make Sonic the Hedgehog videos. I may not be a Sonic channel per se, but I do love them all the same as well. And yeah, so G to the next level. You can find me on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. I do have a Discord. I don't know how to use it yet, but I'm working on it.
You should invite me.
And yeah, oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
so once I
let
get
me
it set
post
up-
my dank memes in your Discord.
Dank away, my friend.
Thank you.
Dank away.
No, that was last week. Yeah. No, know what the best part about April this year has been? It's
What?
been 420 for an entire month.
Pretty much.
No. I wonder how all those pop-up CBD stores are doing in Texas right now.
Probably not good.
No.
Well, actually, I mean, we'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see.
And of course, this is Stuff We Play, and I have a video about Putt Putt Saves a Zoo coming out tomorrow, assuming that I don't run into some sort of horrible editing error. But that's why you can follow me on Twitter, because I have a
Yep.
Twitter. G has a Twitter as well.
Yep, Twitter is the place to be. At G to the next level. I have a new video coming out soon.
Mhm.
Hopefully this week. It's basically about 5 Sonic the Hedgehog games that I believe are worse than Sonic the Hedgehog, aka Sonic 06.
Yes.
I expect the heat from this one. Because,
You've already gotten it
there's
from some
just like,
fanboys.
ugh.
But,
Oh yeah.
No,
But
I
it's
was really
something that-
surprised by that comment. I've never known the Sonic community to do anything but calm, reasonable discourse.
I don't know how to respond to that. Yeah. And Thursday I'm going to be doing a stream for Streets of Rage 4 as well.
Yeah, that's going to be dope.
Yep. So I'm returning to streaming. G to the live level is coming back on Thursday.
Yeah. Ooh, that's what we
And
should.
I
If you can do that, I should start calling my streams Stuff We Streams again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I should, if all goes well, I'll probably do another stream next Thursday as well, because next Thursday is my birthday.
Hell yeah.
So I probably will do that. As G gets one more step towards 40 years old and getting that Sonic Team tattoo on his shoulder.
Oh, yeah. On YouTube or Twitch, Falcro asks.
YouTube.
YouTube.
I decided to stick to YouTube because, like, I already have an
Did I
audience.
inspire that?
Yeah, you did.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I was just like, I'm good where I'm at. So yeah, it's gonna be on YouTube. Probably 7 p.m. Let's shoot for
Sweet.
that.
I'm down for it. I'll be in the chat.
Awesome.
I'll be hanging out. I'll probably be playing at the same time.
Did I make you a mod? Have I made you a mod?
You should mod me.
And if I haven't made you a mod, I will make you a
Give
mod.
me a mod so I can drop links to dank memes in your chat. It's not gonna be dank memes, it's just gonna be links to new wave songs that I like.
I thought you were about to say links to New Wave Sonic. I'm like, what?
What?
Okay, now I kind of want to know where that is.
I
Make
want
New Wave versions of Sonic songs.
I want that. Is there, let's see, new wave Sonic remix.
I bet they exist. It's like those lo-fi Sonic channels that I can't get enough of.
Yeah.
Those are awesome.
There's a lot of good video game. Why don't I end off the stream by plugging a video game remix I've really liked lately from as of late. Should I? All right, G, up to you. Should I plug something from? Why don't I plug something from Insane in the Rain again?
Go for it.
I know his channel is way bigger than mine, but goddamn, do I love listening to his music.
Nice.
Yeah, it's so good. So good. You know what? Here's one he did of Cosmo Canyon from Final Fantasy VII.
Nice.
Yeah, it is so good. I haven't even played the remake, but damn is it just a good remix. A good cover.
Nice.
You know, there's nothing that a bit of fusion jazz can't do to brighten up my day.
True that.
True that. So yeah, on that note, you ready to end off?
I'm good.
So with that, this has been a fun stream. Thank you, G, for joining me. Oh god, I hit Danny. He's okay. So anyways, with that, thank you very much for watching. Stay classy, and I'll see you next time. Good night, everyone.
Take care, everybody.
Yeah.